you see it? Thank you for tuning in to the SKF Know the Ledge All-Star Edition. Happy All-Star Weekend to everybody out there. Let's go, baby. You know how we do it. You know how we do it. Happy Saturday to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. You know what I mean? We happy to be blessed and wake up another day to be on this earth. You know how we give it up for the weather real quick. New York area, currently 33 degrees, going up to a high of 38. Ooh, oh, yeah. Looks like tomorrow, probably because it's supposed to rain or like half rain, half snow type, you know how it's been lately. It's supposed to go up to 47, then 46 on Monday, and then back into the fridge. The Frigidaire, 33, 31, 29. Yeah. Get up out of here, weather. This weather's nasty. I'm done with it already. I'm ready for spring. The only thing I don't like about spring is the allergy season, but I'll take the weather, man. I got to get away from this cold. This cold is for the birds. I'm done. Anyway, hope everybody's doing well. I feel like as best as I can be. You know, you guys know my sleep journey. It's kind of been off and on, but you know, I got to go with it what it is. Monday, I didn't sleep at all. But then the rest of the days I've been getting 3-4 hours. Last night I think I got 5 hours. I got to take what it is, man. You know, we'll see. Hopefully we get on the road to getting better. But I feel better. That's what matters. Anyway, shout out to everybody. Once again, I want to just give a little disclaimer for everybody. It's still your normal show. It's different because instead of inviting the regular chat guest up to chop it up with me, this will be a content creator show. So hopefully your favorite content creators will come in and out throughout the day, when they can. It's always a tough ask to get all these people in one place. All right. It's worked out pretty good the first 2 years, but every year it's always like I'm always surprised until I can get and pull it off. So we'll see what happens. All right. Let me just give a quick shout out. I already got somebody backstage so we can start chopping it up. Quick shout out to those in the chat that have been here rocking early. Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Appreciate you. Good to see you as always. Andios NYK in the building. Salute to you, my brother. You know what it is. Knicks Nation, if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, also, I'm sorry, Walter. I almost forgot. He said, good morning, Ron. I believe when Mitchell does come back, he should come off the bench. Yeah, I mean, that might be the best way to ease him into it. I think you might be right on that. I don't think they're just going to throw him into the starting lineup like that anyway. So I agree with you. David Smith is in the building. What's up, David? And a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my brother. He says, salute to Ron in the chat. My first half observations are, I think the Tibbs' outdated, stubborn coaching and the way Brunson runs the offense are the biggest obstacles to the Knicks winning a title. That's done some big words. That's deep. We'll have to see. Appreciate you, David. Shout out to Lion of Judah. Shalom, my brother. He said, Grand Rising, my brother Ron in the panel in the chat. Good midday and blessings to all of your family. Shalom. Appreciate you, my bro. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Darlene Bryan in the building. Let's go, Darlene. What's going on? Good to see you as always. Craig is here. Salute, Craig. My brother, we got who else we got here? We got Wonder Woman in the building. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Good to see you. Said good morning, Ron. All-star panel, of course, the chat. Appreciate you. Hit him up in the building. What up, Hit him up? Good to see you. We got Darren Wilkerson in the building. Salute, Knicks Nation. What up, Darren? Nostalgic Nick Minutes Police is in the building. Blessings, SKF. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, my guy, Dat Franco in the building. What up, my brother? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. We got DJ Shuttle in the building. What up, Shuttle? Prezi, the boss, is in the building. The pistol shot, Ron the Don. Pew. What's going on, bro? All right. Hey. Yeah. I got you, Shuttle. Appreciate you, fam. And shout out to Wolf Perry in the building. What up, Wolf? Good to see you. No. Don't. I didn't hear that. What I did hear was Craig says, is it true, Ron, that Mitch had a setback and won't be back until the end of March? It's not what I heard. I don't know if that's the case, but that's not what I heard. What I did hear was Ian Begley said that the Knicks are going to bring him along, the best way they see fit. He's not playing 5-on-5 yet. And so he kind of put it out there that he wouldn't be surprised if they bring him along slowly, that if they ramp him up, slowly in March and then get him up to full speed early April going forward at the worst case scenario. But he didn't say that that was the case. Now, I don't know if there's some other news out there that I might have missed, but from what I know, there hasn't been a setback. But, who knows? I guess I'll find out today. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. What up, going? You know what I mean, girl? Hey, Lena. Good to see you. Let's go. She said, what's up with you guys? I'm ready for the Jalen win the 3-point contest team next. Let's go. I hope he does. I mean, he got a warm up last year, so maybe he's ready this year. All right, guys, let's get this show cracking. Let me bring my guy up here. Listen, man, y'all know that the best thing about doing this All-Star edition for me is not just the fact that I get to chop it up with my fellow peoples that I'm hollering at and chopping it up with throughout the year, but it's also because I get to praise them, because I get to show love to these people because they do a damn good job of what they do, man. This content creator game, it's not for everybody. People think it's for everybody, but then they get a rude awakening because you can't stay consistent. You got to really want to do this stuff because you're not getting paid, like the money is cool. Like don't get me wrong. I'm not, no offense to the super chats and stuff like that. But, compared to what we put in on a daily basis, and if people do shows on a daily, which is more than I do, you got to give them, a lot of grace and love for the type of time that they put into the stuff that they're giving you. Content seems easy. People just think you get up there and talk. But if you're not engaging, if people don't want to watch what you got to say, if they don't want to come back, what's the point? You know what I mean? I've seen content, and it's no offense, I've seen content creators that have 2-3 people and just watching 2-3 people, and they've been watching forever. It's just 2-3 people and they're still doing it. Shout out to them. But you know what I mean? Like, it takes more to reel people in, do a good job, and be entertaining and engaging. So shout out to those who do it well. And this brother right here is none other than anybody else, man. We all have our different roads, our different avenues of how we get the content out and how we do our thing. And, I got to shout out my brother here because, you know what I mean? What he does is he has engaged us for a while, and he's put his hip hop spin on it. And he's always elevating, man. He brought my guy Sha in a long time ago, and they have been a dynamic duo ever since. Shout out to my brother, the one and only Mr. Divine in the building. Let's go.
Yes, sir, man. Sloop Ron, eyeballs to the Knicks. I'm at the SKF Army out there. I see you guys. Eyeballs to all you guys out there. Ron, thank you for coming in, man. I'm excited for having me on the show today. Blessings as always. Thank you for what you do for the Knicks fan base, man. They know the ledge, man. We know it too, man. We look forward to these Saturday mornings. You getting up here, blessing these Knicks fans and these orange and blue sky with this content. So salute to you for everything you do for us. And salute to the family in the chat, Queen Darlene, Dive, the whole chat. I'm excited, man. Let's get it popping, man. It's gonna be fun, man. And thanks for having me, Ron, for sure.
Appreciate you being here, Divine, man. Listen, man, this content creator thing is one of those, man. It's cool, but so much better when we can stick together, man. When we can be there for each other and support each other, getting through it. You know what I mean? Getting our blessings together and watching people grow. That's the best part. I love it. Yeah, man. Plus, it's also like a bond, man. The friendship you get, the camaraderie, nothing better, man. Nothing better. Yeah, man. So first off, How do you feel about this All-Star weekend? Because, I'm a little iffy about All-Star. I ain't going to lie to you. I probably haven't seen a real All-Star game in maybe, 10 years. So how do you feel about everything, the festivities and stuff? Did you watch anything that happened yesterday?
I didn't get to watch none of the celebrity stuff. I'm looking forward to the 3-point and the dunk contest always. Other than the game, different All-Star game compared to years ago because I think the amounts of revenue these guys getting don't want to get injured. Don't want to take the game too serious because you're scared you might mess around and hurt something in the offer. Now you're out for the rest of the season. So I get it. I get why, in the sense that it's not competitive as it used to be. I think that has a lot to do with a lot of team owners don't want their players to go out there and get hurt. And next thing you know, it could derail their championship aspirations or whatever the case may be. So, but I'm always excited for. I'm excited for the break for the Knicks. First of all, we get to get to rest the body a little bit and retool and get to get ready to go into the stretch of the season. But I'm always excited about the dunk contest and the 3-point shooting and just the festivities overall. The game, I think they want to be a little bit more competitive this year, Ron. So from what I'm hearing, the Adam Silver they're going to get together with the players before the game starts. I think they want to put a little bit more competitive product out there. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that. I skimmed past it yesterday. I didn't actually look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I see that they changed the style, like the rules for what this All-Star game is supposed to be like. I didn't get a good look at what it's about. Let me see here. NBA All-Star. I guess All-Star game rules. Then let's do that. 2025. Let's see what comes up. Here we go. New format. I'll put it up on the screen once I know what the hell I'm looking at here. All right. I mean, it's telling me everything I want to know about all the other stuff, the skill challenge and the 3-point, but it's taking forever to give me what I really want to see. Let's see. So are you you think that that the Knicks, Brunson and Cat might actually have a good showing in this All-Star game?
I think so. I think if it carries over from the regular season, yes, because they've been playing pretty well this season. Numbers is 25 a game, 13, 7 assists. I think so. I think they're gonna go out there, hopefully have fun and be cautious. Like I said, but I'm not. It's amazing to have 2 starting players at their positions in the All-Star game. So I'm really looking for these cats to go out there and do it for the reason why, because it's good for the Knicks brand, obviously. Now we got more people tuning into the Knicks because they're playing good this year. But to have them 2 guys who worthy of it, and because they top 5 of their positions, and if you look at the NBA, obviously this year anyway, Jalen Brunson one of the top 5 point guards in the NBA, and Cat one of the top 5 centers in the NBA this year from a number perspective. So I think to have them guys in there representing the orange and blue, man, and Knicks fans, we everywhere. So I think it's a good look for the Knicks from a marketing standpoint, respect standpoint. Knowing that they got two dudes in the All-Star is pretty impressive. So I think it's a good look for the Knicks.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely like it. I don't understand this. All right, let's put this up and see if we can make sense of this, folks, because I'm a little confused about it myself. Let's share this with y'all. Okay, is this one? Yeah. All right. Here we go. All right, so we'll get through the stuff that we don't care about. Where is the All-Star game? Yeah. Okay, this is what is the format for the 25 NBA All-Star game? So, okay, this is what it says. For the first time, the NBA All-Star game will feature a mini tournament with 4 teams and 3 games. 2 teams will meet in one semifinal game, game 1. The remaining 2 teams will meet in other semifinal game 2. The winning teams from game 1 and game 2 will advance to face each other in a championship game 3. For each game, the winner will be the first team to reach or surpass 40 points. Each team will have 8 players and be named for a TNT NBA analyst. The 24 NBA All-Star selections were divided into 3 teams with the rosters drafted by honorary team general managers Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny Smith. The 4th team will be the winning team from the championship game of the Castrol Rising Stars. TNT analyst and WNBA legend Candace Parker will serve as the honorary GM. The official team names for the 4 teams: Shaq OGs, Kenny Young Stars, Chuck's Global Stars, and Candace Rising Stars. Their draft results can be found here. So this is interesting.
It really is. It really is.
Huh. That's it. This is definitely interesting. Should blow this up a little better. Can't. Let me scroll over. This is whack. Don't get a Mac, y'all. Even though they're great. Oh man, you can barely kind of see this. So Team Chuck is Giannis, Shea, Jokic, Donovan Mitchell, Sengun, Siakam, Kat, Victor Wembanyama, and Trae Young. That's a tough team. Team Kenny is Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Jaren Jackson Jr., Evan Mobley, and Jalen. I don't like this team. This is kind of they small. Yeah, they guards. They small. I don't know.
All young, all of them young.
Yeah. Team Shaq is Jaylen Brown, Stephen Curry, Anthony Davis, who's out. Who replaced him? Oh, Trae Young, right? Wait, but Trae Young's on the Team Chuck. Oh, whatever. Jaylen Brown, Stephen Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, LeBron, Damian Lillard. This is a tough team. So I don't know. Team Kenny look weak, bro, but Team Shaq is all right, and Team Chuck might be a problem.
I think didn't Trae Young isn't Antetokounmpo out?
Oh, is he? Oh yeah, because they got the star next to it. Yeah, you're right. So Antetokounmpo's out too. Oh, that makes a difference.
I think that's why Trae Young got selected, I think.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, this is interesting, guys. Listen, this may get me to tune in because this is a little different. I might actually want to see what they do here. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. There you have it, guys. Hopefully you guys understand what I read to you, and now you understand what the teams look like. Apparently, they're gonna play a couple sets of game, and the other team that's not mentioned here is the Rising Stars team, which is the real young pups, which I guess is Candace Parker's team, and they're gonna get a chance to play, I guess, too. So this is interesting. All right, well, it is what it is. We'll see what it shakes out to be. I don't know. This is definitely different.
Kenny baking out 3-point shooting.
Yeah, he trying to blow people out the gym. Right. He's trying to run up and down.
No, but Mobley and everybody else under like 6'6". Oh my God, he fucking the track meet out there.
They better not miss no shots. They ain't getting no rebounds. See, Josh Hart would have made a nice addition to that team, but whatever. Anyway, speaking of Josh Hart, are you kind of because the fact that Giannis is out, and Anthony Davis is out, it's tough, right? Because these guys, there's a lot of guys that put up really good numbers. Are you kind of surprised that he wasn't kind of maybe voted in? The only reason why I say that is because I'm still on the fence about Siakam. I think Josh Hart is right there with Siakam. Like I could have picked Josh Hart over Siakam.
Yeah, you know what, man? I think because of 3 Knicks, probably he didn't get in.
Right.
Because he having a phenomenal year, man. Really, without Josh Hart, I don't think the Knicks where they at this year. I believe it or not, even despite Cat and Brunson. But I think without Josh Hart, Knicks are not even where they at this year. And I think Trae Young is, much as we hate him as a villain of a basketball player against the Knicks, but his numbers is worthy of it. He keeping that team afloat down there, man. At least in playing contention. Despite losing the guy that he lost there. So, I think he's worthy of it. He's putting up some good numbers. But, yeah, I would love to see Josh Hart there. But I think he's definitely worthy of it, Ron. I just think that because we already got Towns and Brunson, I guess they just gonna have to be the sacrificial lamb on this one. I guess.
Right. Yeah, it stinks because I feel like, let's be honest, man. The chances of Josh Hart making an All-Star game are very slim. This might have been the best chance for him. The way he's playing this year is phenomenal. And I think what the best part about it is people have considered him, like especially and I think the rest of the NBA sees how valuable Josh Hart is and what he can be for a team. So the Knicks lucked up on that, man. I you gotta take it, for what it is. Sometimes he's not perfect. He gets a little wild, but he's phenomenal, man. His effort, his hustle, his heart, no pun intended, is incredible. So yeah, man. Shout out to him. You know what it is? Got a super chat here from the one and only Mr. P. Duggar. He said, shout out to you, P. Duggar. Because of Apron's salary cap, we've got to instantly replace all players who make over $3 million who aren't championship PCS with minimum salary guys with similar abilities that keeps cap space to pounce on the next perfect available guy. Okay, so hold on. Let me read this again slowly. Because of Apron's salary cap, we've got to instantly replace all players who make over $3 million who aren't championship pieces, with minimum salary guys with similar abilities that keeps cap space to pounce on the next perfect available guy. Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, that's tough. That's a little bit of a difficult situation. I think the Knicks have they're in a tough spot, Divine, because they don't have a lot of money to work with. They basically put the team together. It is what it is. We're rocking with it. Hopefully we can add another piece. Mitch is coming, all right? But hopefully we could add another piece. Maybe it's TJ Warren very soon. But yeah, they don't have a lot of money now. At the end of the year, they're not even going to have a lot of money. For whatever reason, I don't know why I thought this. I'm wrong. Obviously, I've been proven wrong. I thought Mitch was coming off the books, but he's not. He's got one more year under contract. So I don't really know where they're going to have a lot of money to move around. They got minimal money. Like Precious is going to be a free agent. Campaign will be a free agent. I don't know who else, but they're all minor guys. Nothing big. No splashy things. So I don't know how you feel about their ability to kind of continue to add assets to this team going forward.
Yeah, they definitely in a tight spot, but like I said, I think they gonna have roughly about 20-something million when it's all said and done. Depending on how, if you are a low mid, but if Mitch play well, they might keep him. It's an expiring $12 million deal. Pressure Tour $6 million. That was $18 million. Campaign, Shamit, so on. I think they locked in what they have for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. I think that's what their intention was, to lock this team up for 4 or 5 years and just let the main core guys be the main core guys and try to plug in little salaries here and there. I think that's where they at. Unless you're talking about somewhere down the line, you think you're going to trade one of the starters, which I don't think so. I think they're pretty locked there, but I think they'll be okay knowing what Brock Aller could do and the way he maneuvered things and all that stuff. So I might leave it up to them dudes to do that, but they're not going to be able to do too much. But it depends on who they're trying to get. Ron. Now, if you say something, I'm just throwing names out there. Somebody like KD come available. What do you do? Do you throw out McHale or whatever the case may be? Mitchell Robinson and Chua, blah blah blah. Add another one of our starters with them. Ship them out of there. I think they can make it work, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because, like you said, they are cap strapped at the second apron. But the thing I'm happy about the way they did it, they got Dylan Wright, $2 million to get the lead. They got campaigns money. They little, but little adds up to a lot when it all said and done. Two here and there, get to $10 million. But
right,
man, it's interesting, Ron, because we got to think about what's his name, Mikal Bridges. If he stays, he got a season extension eligible going into next year. So they definitely got a job on their head, man. But I think they'll work it out though.
Right. Okay. I'm with you on that. I like it. Once again, shout out to the chat. Appreciate everybody. Thank you once again, Mr. Parrish Duggar. Appreciate you, my brother. I also forgot to say, I want to give a shout out to everybody, all the lovers out there. Shout out to y'all. Happy belated Valentine's Day yesterday. Hope y'all had a good time and enjoyed yourself. I already know a couple of my peoples. They already told me they're sleeping late. So we may see them a little later today. You know, hey, make it do what it do. You know what I mean? So
Right.
enjoy yourselves out there. Shout out to everybody, man. But that being said, let me give a quick shout out to a couple more people, and I got a couple people backstage already. The show's getting hot. Let me see here. Where was I? Here we go. Shout out to my guy Big Lou in the building. What up, Big Lou? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Hope health and happiness is treating you well, man. I always think about you. I hope you're doing good. He said, good morning, brother Ron and Knicks family. Great first half of the Knicks. I heard we may get TJ Warren. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So we'll see, man. Just all about, matter of time and when they can actually pull it off. So let's fingers crossed that everything goes well. Shout out to Double D in the building. Salute to you. He said the team needs Mitchell Robinson for the playoffs. Bring him along slowly in March. So by April and May, he's at full speed, hopefully injury-free to be dominant on the defensive end of the court. I like that. Yeah. Take your time. Look, Mitch said it, and we are with Mitch. Mitch said, I'm not coming back. This is Mitch's words, right? I'm not coming back until I am fully healthy. That's all I want to see, because I don't want you going anywhere once you come back, Mitch. We need you. Shout out to King Ribby in the building. What up, King Ribby? Salute, my brother. Good to see you. Louisiana Knicks in the building. What up, Louisiana? Good to see you. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my brother. Shout out to JM3. What's good? Allah Wise. What up, Allah? Appreciate you, bro. Salute. HRM the greatest here. Salute. We got M Gene in the building. What up, M Gene? Brother NYC B-Ball 08 is in the building. What up, NYC?
Wow.
Let me see. Hey, once a Nick, always a Nick is in the building. What's going on? We have got the Organic Fanatics show in the building. Let's go. What's going on, my brother Raul? Salute to you. Oh, and Raul, I thought I sent you the invite, by the way. I don't know if you're free today, but I thought I sent you the invite. If I didn't, holla at me. I'll send it to you. Flow 174 in the building said, what's the point of being starters for the All-Star game? Yeah, this time around, I don't know, bro. It's a little weird, right? How they doing it really don't matter. But hey, we'll see how it all works out. I mean, well, it might be fun. We'll check it out. Shout out to Travel Vibes in the building. What up, Travel Vibes? Good to see you. Cardiac Knicks is here. What up, Cardiac Knicks? Good to see you. Salute. Okay. Let me breeze through. Stacks, different timing in the building. What up, Stacks? Good to see you, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Good to see you, my brother. D-Ras is in the building. He says, salute all. Black coffee, no sugar with clove and ginger. That's spicy. What's going on, brother? Yeah, that get down and all up in there. Get all that out. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. What up, Kerry? Good to see you. All right. Okay. I'm gonna send it to you now, bro. I got you. If you can. You know what I mean? It's all love, brother. Shout out to Randu 1973. What up, Randu? Good to see you, bro. All right. Hey. You know what it is? Shout out to P. Doug. He said, case in point, Deuce, precious types, got to clear out. Ooh, you ready to move on? You ready to move on from Deuce? That's one of your guys, P. Duggar. The young pups. I hear you. Okay. Yeah, but you might be right, though. Like those, I mean, they don't have a lot of salary flexibility. So this Deuce is on the fence, on the fringe, if you ask me. If I'm being real, guys, Deuce is kind of, you want him to be a part of the team. He deserves to be a part of the team, but he's playing to the point where he's like, if you had to make a call, he'd kind of be on the outside of it because he's not necessarily the Deuce we saw last year. But that doesn't mean he won't be. He's got to keep rocking with him, and maybe he'll get it together. But I'm just saying, like, he's a little bit on the fringe. Am I wrong, Divine? Am I looking at Deuce too harshly?
It's hard to judge it for me because it's been too early in the season. But you know what? For Woody getting paid, $3 million you're getting Woody giving you.
Oh, I know, that's great.
Yeah. That's why I kind of judge Deuce like, man, he's knocking down three ball. His defense is top notch on in the point guard, and the two guards in the league. But for $3 million, I like Deuce, man. I mean, homegrown kid, you know what I mean? Goes hard. Yeah, it's tough, but like I said, it's about the name on the front, so anybody's tradable, I guess. But I like Deuce, man. I think Deuce understands the system, and that three ball looks pretty good this year. I'm hopefully he can stay consistent with the injury situation because he had a hamstring a couple of times.
Right,
yeah. Just hurt the ribs. But other than that, yeah, it's a tough call. But like I said, nobody's untradeable. If you have to go, you got to go. But I would love for him to be around because I think he does have an impact on what we do. From a defense standpoint, we really need that. And his three ball, I mean, he surprised me, Ron, to be honest with you, with his inside game too. I mean, he's getting in the lane. I thought one time, I kid you not, ladies and gentlemen, I had Frank Ntilikina vibe when he first got to the league. I thought he was going to be that guy, launch the ball, and never go down the middle.
Right.
He worked on his game every year, man, and now he's starting to get in the paint with the floaters, mid range. He's taking it. He holding the dribble good. Not giving up the dribble early, taking it back out to the top of the key. So I see a lot of improvement. But like I said, you never know, Ron. You never know.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%. Yeah, I like I said, and once again, guys, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Don't want Deuce to go anywhere. I'm just saying, what Parrish said, P. Duggar, the Knicks are going to have some hard choices, especially after this year, because they don't have a lot of money, and so they might be forced to get rid of somebody in a way to upgrade the team if necessary. If Deuce balls out and plays great the rest of the year, you may not have to do anything. Deuce just stays here. You know what I mean? Even with Precious is playing pretty good. It's going to be hard to. The problem is with Precious, he's playing pretty good, and if he continues to play the way he is playing, he's going to deserve some money. Right. And that is the problem. And you can't fault the gentleman for wanting to get paid a little bit of money. I mean, he's a journeyman in the league. Like, those guys don't get big opportunities to make millions and millions of dollars. So they got to take their money when they can get it. And, we won't be mad at Precious if he decides after the season he plays well and he wants a little bread. And the Knicks may not be able to give him that type of bread because they got the big money invested in the big pieces. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, that being said, quick shout out to A-Train in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to Winston Hadaway in the building. Says salute to Ron in the chat. Whatever the Knicks do going forward, they better lock up Precious for the long haul. Seriously, let's go Knicks. I mean, it would be nice, bro, but like I said, the Knicks got a lot of money tied up into a lot of people. People are supposed to get raises at the end of this year. They still got to renegotiate and work on Mikal Bridges' contract. There's going to be a lot going on, so we'll see. Shout out to Ricardo in the building. He said Landry Shamet can go if you ask me. I hear you, bro. But I think Landry's starting to wake up a little. He's been playing a little better lately. So, listen, you never know. This might be the turning of the corner. You might start to see like Landry balling out. You never know. We'll see. Give him a shot. Shout out to Ron Mills in the building. Salute Ron and Divine. What happened to Deuce's shot? It's coming. It's not bad because his percentage ain't bad. It's just, it feels like at some point last year when we needed a big shot, Deuce hit it. And this year when we need the big shot, he hasn't hit it yet. You know what I mean? I think that's all it really comes down to. It's the type of shots that Deuce hit last year that were huge for the Knicks that he hasn't really been able to hit. He's hit shots though. His percentages, like Divine was saying, aren't bad. Shout out to Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? He said All-Star Podcast is an all-star weekend. This is a time to sing and dance. Okay, but you don't got to do it though. Shout out to you. Lonnie Meeks in the building. What up, Lonnie? Good to see you. All right, let me get my guys in here. First off, shout out to this brother. I already talked about his other half. He is been one of those people that has been a part of the Knicks community for a while. He used to always come in the chat and then, he'd jump on the panel here and there. And then, his takes were good. You saw the passion. And then he became a really big contributor. So Divine said, you know what? You on the roster, baby. And now we the double duo here. We doing it. And it's always nice when you can have a show, because Divine has a certain type of show where, he gives it to you like it is, but he's positive, puts you in the right mind state. I always say this, guys. It's always great when you can find somebody that is channels your energy and And let me tell you something. Sha Powers is that guy. So let's welcome to the show the one and only. You know how I give it up. He's always been a faithful contributor to my channel, always supporting, always showing love. Appreciate him so much, man. Shout out to Mr. Sha Powers in the building.
Sha Powers.
Let's go, Sha.
You mic'd up, my brother.
Uh-oh, you on mute, baby.
I don't know what it is. When you send me the link, I can't get my background to formulate, but it is what it is. I'm here.
You want to try to come in and come out again? Because it might sometimes it'd be tricky. Sometimes it don't happen the first time around.
Yeah, I can't. I did it off and on screen. It didn't come in. I rock like this. I don't mind the background.
I could try to send you a link in the chat too. I just won't let anybody else come in. I could, if that works.
If you want to do that real quick, I mean,
yeah.
All right, let me jump off and I look for the link.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
As a matter of fact, where is he? Raul. I'm putting this link in the chat for Sha, but if you see it, you can grab it too and come up in here, brother. When you have time, if you have time. All right. So that being said, in the meantime, let me get my other brother up in here. You see, I think he on the road. Hopefully he all right out there. Look at him. Look at my guy. Listen. As I tell you guys all the time, this content creator thing is real, man. And, try to keep this show to content creators. And some people get it twisted. This gentleman, he don't have a show, but he is a content creator. He is the content. He's not only a part of the family, he's a linchpin in the family. For everything he does for this Knicks community, for everything he contributes to all of the shows. He always used to joke and be like, y'all do what y'all do. He don't realize the level of content that he is as a person. He is a content creator. He just don't do it on a daily, but he still shows up to everybody's show and gives the content. Shout out to the one and only, man. This dude is not just someone who we all know, love, and appreciate in the Knicks community, but outside of this Knicks community, man, somebody that you can talk to, somebody that gives you the word. He's positive. He looks out for his fellow man. Like, it's somebody you want to have in your corner and you want to be in his corner because he's that type of person. So shout out to the one and only, my guy, J Boogie.
Closer.
Salute. 3 capital S's. Bless, health, happiness to everybody on this beautiful day of life. Beautiful holiday. It should have been yesterday for whatever you did for your queen and whatever your queen did for your king. Blessings to y'all. Much love and respect. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hope everybody's in the greatest form of health. Anybody going through anything, we don't pray that you go through it. We pray that you get through it. You know what I'm saying? I'm rooting for you. I'm cheering for you. I'm praying for you. Make sure you get to whatever point in life that you want to get to. And this right here is amazing because Ron's still telling us that we Knicks fans. And when you find out you're a real Knicks fan, you get real talk with Divine and Sha Powers. It's amazing to get these two guys, collabing together right now, this early afternoon, rocking, doing what they doing, man. So I just wanted to come up doing this all-star panel, you know what I'm saying? They say once a Knick, always a Knick. But my love always say, yeah, once a podcast, always a podcast. You know what I'm saying? So we always in the building, man. Shout out to these great people, man. And shout out to the amazing chat, man. Always doing what they doing, man. How y'all fellas doing, man?
We good, Jay Boogie. Happy Valentine's Day, my brother. Thank you for coming in and thank you for blessing us all the time, man. Like Ron said, I just want to piggyback off of Ron real quick. You might not have a channel, but you are a channel. Because you were channel to all us. You were channel to all us, you know what I mean? And you represent the orange blue well, Jay Boogie. And I just wanted to give you that personally, man. We thank you for supporting us all day, every day, bro. That's real talk right there.
Man, much love, Divine. Appreciate you, my brother.
For real.
Yeah, you already know how we give it to you, J Bugs, man. You definitely are spokesperson to the spokesperson to the spokesperson, you know what I mean? And so I appreciate every time I hear those triple S's and the salute, them 3 capital S's, you know what I mean? On my journey coming into becoming a podcaster, you know what I mean? I listen to you all the time. I listen to all these guys that's on this channel today. And I mean, I'm probably one of the younger ones in the room right now, you know what I mean? But I got a lot of effort, I got a lot of heart, you know what I mean? I grit and grind just like the New York Knicks do, you know what I mean? So I thank you for being part of this thing, you know what I mean? Because since the last time we met, you know what I mean, it's been a blessing, you know what I mean? And to see, like Devon always say, my circle of trust, like Tom Thibodeau, is very, very small, you know what I mean? And you're part of my circle of trust. So I appreciate everybody that's on this channel right now, and probably who comes on after us.
Man, I appreciate y'all guys. Y'all get me all teary and weary. Man, y'all make it sound like I'm retired or something, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Well, you do got a bunch of OGs up here, so you get it.
That's right. That's right, man. A bunch of us, man. A bunch of good, great men, you know what I'm saying, living life. And I'm wishing and praying for all the other younger ones to continue on becoming OGs and live life, you know. You know what I'm saying? When they say we OGs, man, it just makes me feel good about how we living and how we getting through. You know what I'm saying? It's not about being original gangster. You know what I'm saying? It's just on God was His willing. That's what I say, on God, His willing, that we're getting through, you know what I'm saying, day after day, week after week, month after month, you know what I'm saying, seasons after season, podcasts after podcasts, takes after takes, you know what I'm saying, chats after chats, you know what I'm saying, just getting through and weathering the storm, man.
Facts. Shout out to everybody. Once again, shout out to people tuned in on X. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share out if you're watching on X. You know, share it to your peoples. Let them know we rocking here. We'll be here for a minute. People will be jumping in and out. You know, I know everybody's busy. It's a Saturday. I can only ask so much from everybody, but I appreciate everybody who comes through and shows the love. Also, shout out to Lena Franklin on Facebook. Shout out to Mike Perez. What up, Mike? Shout out to you. Appreciate y'all, man. And listen, it's definitely one of those things, man. You can expect a lot of different people might be popping in and out throughout the show. I will be on for a little while. I told people that as such because I know that last night was going to be a night for the lovers. You know, they were going to do their thing, so I didn't want to take. I'm on at 11:30. 11:30. They'd be like, "What?" I hear you. So I'll be here rocking for a minute. So who knows who might jump in and show up. All I can say, guys, is I've reached out to a lot of people. That's all I can say. And whoever comes in. Listen, you never know. Carmelo just got the deal with NBC. He might be popping. I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying you never know.
Hey, you big like that, you never know.
Anyway, shout out. Hey, what up, David? What's going on, my brother? Well, another one. Day ones from Facebook. Appreciate you, my bro. Good to see you. He said 11:30. Let me get some coconut water in the system for it. I hear you, Prezi. That's how it be, man. Shout out to Sherwin in the building. What up, Sherwin? Okay. So, hey, J Boog, I don't know what you and Sha, did y'all hear about the new format that I was talking about earlier? I don't know how y'all feel about it, if you even know about it.
All-Star.
Oh, the All-Star format that's going on this week?
Mm-hmm.
With the 4 different teams and go ahead, run it down again. Run it down again.
Okay, so apparently, well, first off, here's the teams again. All right. So Team Chuck is he selected Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis ain't playing, but it's Shea, it's Jokic, it's Donovan Mitchell, it's Sengun, Siakam, Karl Anthony Towns, Victor Wembanyama, and Trae Young. So that's Team Chuck. Team Kenny is Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Jaren Jackson Jr., Evan Mobley, and Jalen Williams from OKC. And then Team Shaq is Jaylen Brown, Stephen Curry. It would have been Anthony Davis, but he's out. Kevin Durant, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, Damian Lillard, Jason Tate. Oh, Team Shaq just went with all the big names. He did like a fantasy sports thing here. Damian Lillard and Jason Tatum. So that's that team. And then there's a fourth team, which is Candace Parker's team, but that's made up of like the rising stars. So I don't know who that's going to be yet, but it's the young pups. And apparently how it works is, hold on. Let me go back. So 2 teams will meet in one semifinal game. And then the remaining 2 teams will meet in the other semifinal game 2. The winning team from game 1 and game 2 will advance to face each other in the championship, which is a third game. And to win the game, each of these games, it's the first team to score 40 points wins, right? So that's what it is. 4 teams, they all play. Then the winners of each of the 2 games meet each other for a third game, and that'll decide who wins the overall thing. That's different.
Yeah, it really is different. It's a big different. They doing whatever it is possible to strive to get this thing back to being, appreciated to the fans.
Right.
And for the last few years, it has not been working. And this is a time where you want to entertain the people outside the entertainment world that work hard all year long and save their money to be at this event. Not like the ones that are in entertainment, whether it's sports, movie, acting, whatever it is, that already have the money to be there. They really, just there just to lollygag, kick it with people, and just to be there as like a homecoming.
It's networking. Yeah.
Right. But in the respect of the ones that might be sitting way up in the nosebleeds or whatever, working hard to get there, you want to make sure you do whatever it takes to entertain them people, to let them know that we know you spend your money, but we're going to make it whereas, you appreciate it. You're appreciated of making us a part of your travel event that you want, and and spending your money and bringing your family. So hopefully this works, and hopefully come Monday, we won't be talking about another down brain as far as, the All-Star event is not working. They need to wash away with it, get rid of it all, blah, blah, blah. I want it to work for those that are way, way less fortunate, but are there, compared to the ones who are fortunate and they're there. They really don't care. They want to slap fire high, key. But importantly, I want the ones, that are less fortunate but able to, attend to this event, to be happy and satisfied about their money that they spent, and they did come and see a good event and had a good time. That's where I'm at. But my pick, I'm rooting for Kenny Smith team. I think them young guys are going to come there and not be on no showcase and, trying to oohs and ah. I think they're really coming to push these older guys up out of the way. And I love what Kenny Smith did and what he said when he picked Jay Williams. You know what I'm saying? When he told him, yo, this guy has worked hard to become an all-star and you earn it. I'm not going to wait that long to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up now. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Kenny Smith for doing that. And of course, we got our point guard running that team, and we got, a Queens guy coaching that team. I'm rooting for Kenny Smith and Jalen Brunson to go ahead and win the whole thing.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get over to Sha's take on it real quick. But before I do that, JM3 says the Rising Stars are going to keep the older players competitive in this tournament. Interesting, because like I said, there is a Rising Stars team. I don't know who's going to make up but I would assume it's like guys like the brothers, man, Detroit and Houston. Yeah, like them, like the Thompson twins, like guys like that. It could be a problem. So we'll see who they got on their squad. Yeah, but You know what it is. Shout out to my guy, Big Lou. Appreciate you, Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, it is always a blessing to hear you, young brothers. I am blessed to be a part of this family. Yes, you are, brother. And we're blessed to have you as a part of the family. Big Lou, you know what I mean? I appreciate you, brother. And like I said, every time I see you in the chat, I'm happy to see you. I hope, you know, life is treating you well. I mean, I know real life is real life, but I hope you're doing well health-wise. And, you know, I'm always happy to see you rocking with us, bro. Thank you, as always. Shout out to Animal Lex in the building. Salute everyone. Don't really care for the All-Star games. It's been trash for years now. I know, but listen, let's give them a little love. Let's let them try. Look, the NBA, out of any sport, I mean, there's other sports that got some issues too. They don't want to be the way they are. They don't want to. They let me tell you something. The NBA hates that their ratings are going down. They can't stand this, so they're going to try to do what they got to do. We've already talked about it. I don't want to get back into it, but we probably will anyway. They need to open up the dunk competition, put some professional dunkers in there, you know, make it teams of 2. They've been doing other teams, right, for rising, for skill competition and stuff. How about you, once again, I know I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Put one of the NBA guys with one of these professional dunkers. Let them have a 2-on-2. The NBA guy gets a dunk, the professional dunker gets a dunk, and you just battle it out that teams of 2. And I bet you people will be more engaged because the professional dunkers are serious. It'll be way more. I mean, is this not one of the easiest things to think of? Like, I don't know why the NBA hasn't done this, but whatever. It is what it is. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see going forward, man. The Thompson twins, that's right. Hold on. I think there was something I was gonna say right before that. Okay, well, whatever, it is what it is. So Sha, my brother, what's your thoughts on, you know, these teams and the new format? I'll tell you one thing, though. I do, as me and Devon were joking about it before, Team Kenny is going to be running up and down the court. They're going to try to light it up. They ain't getting no rebounds. And even their big man don't get no rebounds. They got Jaren Jackson. They ain't getting no rebounds over there. What's your thoughts, Sha?
This is a glorified pickup game. This like Saturday after you get off work, you partied all Friday night. You go out to the basketball court, you pick up a team, and you go on the court and play some basketball. Just these are elite players. And the bigger thing for this is the change of the tournament. I guess everybody was starting to get tired of seeing 193 to 189. Team ain't playing no defense. Everybody just chucking away and doing all that stuff. So this makes it a little bit more with incentive. It's 40 points. You don't get that 40 points, you're gonna sit it down, and that's the end of your night. And I mean, so this gives the teams a little bit more incentive to want to play basketball better, to get out there and get a little bit more grind to the basketball. It's only 40 points, you know, 10 3-pointers. This thing don't even have to be 8 minutes. And I mean, this one game don't even have to be 8 minutes. You get hot, you get somebody that's hot and go down and hit like 4 or 5 threes, 6 threes, 3 or 4 players. You know, I mean, to make it up to 40, it's a quick, you know, I mean, 5 minutes and you out. I mean, we seen the other night that a team could score 6-8 points in 10 seconds. So, you know, I mean, it is something that is going to make it a little bit more exciting. So I think the change is good for the brand. And I mean, they needed a change. Like I said, I think everybody is getting tired of seeing that 199 to 189 and you know, everybody going full and doing all that stuff. I think this makes the teams play defense now. Now you have to play defense because if you don't play defense, you're going to be out first round. And I mean, and more than likely, I don't know if they're getting paid for these things, but I guess the farther you go, the more you get. You know what I mean? If this is an all-star, I'm not saying they're getting paid for it. I'm not 100% sure, but if it's anything like a playoff game or a regular game, you know, the farther you go, the more you get paid. So you want to be that team that wins the first time that they've done this. It's the first time that they implemented this system, and you want to be the first team to win this, so your name goes down in the market book for the 4-team thing. This team won. Kenny's team won. Shaq's team won. You number one. You could go fight for next year. You got bragging rights to go into next year. So it gives it a little bit more enthusiasm to watch. I will watch it. Like on and off, I will watch the All-Star game. I'm more caught up on the 3-point shot and the dunk contest. You know what I mean? If in the middle of those things, if the skill challenge goes on, I'll watch it. I didn't really watch yesterday. The young boys played Rising Stars. I don't really watch them too often. And the All-Star is something I put on and I'm doing something around the house and something happened, I'll peek in and look or something like that. So this looks like maybe something that could get more people more involved in watching the game because it's 40 points. You know what I mean? And the way teams are playing this year, you get 40 points in a quarter in 12 minutes. You know what I mean? Way teams are playing this year, any good team out there that can score the basketball, you get 40 points in a quarter, just like we do pretty often this year. You know what I mean? We'll get a third quarter or fourth quarter.
The Knicks just did that.
Yeah, 40 points in a quarter. So this is something that can energize the NBA, have more people watching because there's going to be a little bit more competition. And that's what everybody wishes to see when they watch this game, more competition. 40 points is not a lot of points. And like I said, you ain't got to watch 4 quarters of teams as, these guys that's coming down and shooting it from the logo just to shoot it. You ain't going to see that now. You're going to see people playing defense and hoisting up good shots. The biggest thing is how teams play together, you know what I mean? And how the team that has all shooters on it, you got to watch out for them because they got some guys that could get some rebounds, but they can knock down some shots. So you got to really defend against that team. So it's going to be interesting. I think that's Kenny's team. So with that being said, it should be interesting to watch. First time to see something like this in the NBA as long as I've been alive. So I'm amped to watch it. It's going to be some competition. So I'm willing to see what the NBA did this year to make it more competitive.
Yeah, I mean they got me. I'll tune in. I'm tuned in because of the 40-point thing, and that does create the sense of urgency. It's got me like a little bit intrigued. Plus, I know they got to have some type of stipulation, like there has to be some type of time limit cutoff, because I could see on a different scenario, depending, there might be some really good defense being played to make it hard to get to that 40. So, after a certain amount of time, they might be like, listen, whoever's at in the lead at this moment is the winner. But we'll see. Shout out to Cowboys in the building. Let's go. What's going on? TA Cowboys. Say morning, Knicks Nation. Good to see you as always. And I got another person backstage I want to get to. I do remember what I wanted to respond to. It was Kerry Cox. I can't find the comment, but Kerry had asked, is there any teams that don't have all-stars? Oh yeah, plenty. Not plenty, but yeah, there is. Like the Washington Wizards don't have an all-star. The Utah Jazz don't have an all-star. I can't name them all off the top of my head, but yeah, there's teams that don't have a representative. So if that answers your question, bro.
Ron, quick question. Quick question. Who you picking for which team you have?
Oh, from these 3 teams?
Yeah.
I actually think I got team Chuck, because I don't, it's the All-Star game, so I expect him to do foolishness, right? So I expect Jokic to be pulling threes. I expect Cat to be pulling threes, and I don't think these Team Kenny can guard these big dudes. Like, how are you going to stop these dudes from scoring? So I'm just expecting some wild, like, passing, moving the ball, and all these dudes hitting threes. So, but that you can't guard because they're so tall, and they're gonna get rebounds. That's just my thought. I could be wrong. Like I said, Team Kenny is interesting because they could run up and down the court on you. They got some explosiveness over there, but don't sleep on Team Shaq, man. Team Shaq got the names. Team Shaq. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Because actually,
real quick, I will say this right here, and I hope it will work. I pray that it works, and then you can bring it back next year. Because if it works, you want to bring it back next year. But I'm going to say it while I'm on this show, so y'all going to hear it in case they hear this. They heard it from here. If it works and they bring it back next year, the team that wins it all, they need to keep that team so they can defend. So they can defend. You know what I'm saying? So y'all hearing that here from us first. case it goes that way and it works out, bring the team back that won it so they can defend as a champion for next All-Star break, you know. But yeah, I was thinking about that when Sha
That's interesting.
was building. So
that is interesting. I like that. That's actually. Oh, come on, Cowboys. Why not? It's going to be a little different. Think about that. You got 4 teams. You got a first to 40 points. That's got to give a little sense of urgency. Let me tell you something. When they decide, one thing I have said that I will agree to, when the NBA decides to put a little sense of urgency into something, you start to see some results. And the way I look at it, like, is even with the in-season tournament. You know, remember the funky thing about the in-season tournament, which was kind of wild, but it was kind of fun, is that not only do you have to win, but you have to meet the point expectations too. Remember we was watching last year? Not this year so much. This year's last year was actually better when the Knicks had to play and they had to score like over 100 points, and they were like, everybody was lighting it up. Boston was lighting it up because they knew they had to meet that. I thought that was pretty fun. I thought that was interesting. I think when they do something, whatever, they got to give a little sense of urgency. It might look. I was saying this earlier. I haven't seen an All-Star game in like 10 years. So if this is going to bring me out of my shell and have me look, it's worth a shot. I'll take a look. All right. So that being said, let me get to my guy backstage. You know what I mean? Talk about it a lot. Like I said, this community is strong. We got some really good people. But, you know, the problem is, what y'all don't understand is some of the people that make these shows run, that help with ideas, that help with content, that help manage stuff, you know, they be behind the scenes. So you don't get to hear about them all the time. You don't know about them all the time. Now they're in the forefront. Now you get to witness them more. But back then, you know, they were just running stuff from behind the scenes and just being that voice, that person you talk to. You know, you might call in and say, hey, what's going on? And that person greets you and lets you know what's going on and tells you some stuff. Like, be next up. You know, this gentleman right here has been a part of a show that to me is one of the staples of this Knicks community. It's one of the reasons why I got into content creation. You know, there's a couple reasons. I already told y'all what they are. I'm going to have to say it again, hopefully today. But yeah, he's always been a constant part of this show, and he has helped to grow that channel, and he has branched out. He's got his own channel as well. And he's been a big, you know, fixture in content creation. He's jumped on other people's shows. He's jumped on my show as well as others. And, you know, you'll catch him on Blowing's Tears a lot lately. You know what I mean? So shout out to the one and only, you know what I mean? He's an unsung hero, man. These are the people that, you know, you got to give credit to, man, because they help the engine. You'd be surprised at how much goes into stuff and how big these people are part of it. I got a Jose, you know, he's my guy. But some people are lucky enough to have a Fritz. Fritz Alender in the building. Let's go, baby!
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
It's the NBA Economy Show. Yes. Mr. Fritz Alender. Also, like I said, a big part of the Nick of Time show and all the success over there. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, doing good. Enjoying the show. You know, nice weekend ahead. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we could do about the game, but it's good to reflect on the first half of the year.
Yeah. I find it always funny because those of us who've been doing this or been calling in and known, like Fritz has been like part of the Nick of Time show forever. I don't know how many times I've called in and hear Fritz's voice. Hey, you're on blah blah blah. Hang tight, blah blah. Whatever he says, I'm like, okay, Fritz, I got you.
Yeah, actually, I just realized I passed a little over. I know I passed 5 years, so I know it's been 5 years. So,
yeah, crazy, bro. Man, appreciate you, brother. As always, it's good to see you once again. Shout out to my guy Crim's dad in the building. He's like, spit it out. No, man, I got to lead up. The anticipation needs to build. This is Flowers Day, baby. Flowers Day.
You know, I got almost 8 years on this YouTube, and I never knew that until just now.
Oh, really?
I never knew that. I never knew at times when I called to get ready to come on the KOT and I was talking to Fritz. I never knew that this is the person.
That's crazy.
Shout out to you, Fritz. And my apologies for me not knowing. My apologies for me not knowing, man. Yeah, man. Wow. That's just like, that just raises you even further up in the stock of this game right here. I mean, because that's a heavy hitter that you're behind the scenes of. JL is a very, very heavy hitter in this game, in this community, man. And again, much roses and flowers to you, my guy, for what you're doing, because I did not know.
Yeah, man. Fritz is a good dude.
Yeah, very, very talented group over there. So, yeah, I'm very, very, very happy to have the group we have. So,
yeah, man. Yeah. How you feeling on this All-Star weekend? You excited about this? I mean, everybody's different. Some people look forward to this weekend.
I don't know. You know what? Yesterday I tried yesterday, and the thing about it, Twitter was quiet.
It was, wasn't it?
Twitter was quite. The only people I saw tweeting were at the game. Like the people who were at the game, But outside of that, it didn't. I'm curious what the numbers are gonna look like. It didn't feel. It didn't look like it. It didn't feel like it was. It was that live yesterday.
I hear you, and I honestly, I mean, tonight I'm only. I'm really only interested in the 3-point competition. I can really care less about the dunk competition. I don't know. I think I've said that twice. In all the years they've been doing it, I've said that twice. And it is what it is, man. They gotta. I mean, like, what's the point of doing a show, an event that people travel for? They spend a lot of money to get these tickets, and they get hotel rooms and all this stuff. They plan events, comedy shows, all types of, like, All-Star Weekend is always a big deal. And you don't even have proper representation. Like, this ain't even an event that I'm going to, I don't even know if it's going to be worth it. We'll see. But I mean, I don't want to shortchange it. Maybe something happens in this dunk competition that we're like, oh, we've never seen that before. I doubt it.
Something is about to happen this time. And I'm going to get out the way because I got to get back to cooking on the road, but I need to make sure I support you in what you're doing. But the thing that's happening in this dunk contest is, shout out to our guy Hard Will. Let me shout him out because he is a part of this, this Knick podcast and, and everything, this Knick community that we have. Like I say, once a podcast, always a podcast. If that's for those that might not know who Hard Will is, that's for the love of the game. That's his nephew, Stephon Castle, that's in the dunk contest tonight. So with him being in the dunk contest, it feels like I have a part of me that's in the dunk contest. So I'm rooting for him to go out there and do good, and I'm rooting for him to go ahead and win and bring back a victory. Because, I feel like, not only he's getting a victory, but we all getting a victory because we all are attached to Hard Will in some type, form, or fashion. So, I'm rooting for the dunk contest with Stephon Castle, to turn up and he can win it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the love that I have. But I'm going to get out of the way I know it's some more and more All-Stars coming up here. I love and appreciate you all. Y'all guys do amazingly job, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to Fritz again for the amazing jobs he's been doing over these years and years. And shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Share the content for all these guys, you know what I'm saying? And be supportive, you know what I'm saying, of these guys as well as yourself for anything that you do in life. So make sure you're pursuing your dream. We're well into almost finishing February 2025. We're still in a new year. Don't forget about the goals that you set before you was coming into the new year because you're already in the new year. Continue on striving for your goals and what you set out for 2025 when it was 2024. Everybody have a blessed weekend. Salute, 3 capital S's, man. Love and appreciate you guys to the fullest, man.
Appreciate you, Jay Boogie. Enjoy the rest of your day, my brother.
No doubt.
And so now that he said that, I didn't even know. I'm just looking at the lineup right now. Okay, so the slam dunk competition is Matas Buzelis. You know, that's the European guy from the Bulls. We know he got ups. If y'all don't know, you'll see. Andre Jackson Jr. I'm not that familiar with him. He plays on the Bucks. Mac McClung. Well, we know about him. He's the two-time defending champ. And Stefan Castle. So yeah, now I'm interested to see it because of Stefan Castle. You know, the I didn't know he was in it. Wow, that's interesting.
Yep.
So yeah, all right. So that's pretty cool.
Hopefully Castle brings it. It's been a good week for UConn. So
yeah,
UConn, we've been getting the Hall of Fame finalists. Stefan Castle capped the week off. So
yeah, that'd be nice. All right. Well, you know, as so one goes, another one comes in. So let me shout out the next person to pop up on the panel. First off, guys, I always talk about these gentlemen because they have a really dope show. Now, only one of them is here right now, but I'm just saying, in totality, y'all, if y'all haven't checked out, because there's so much in this Knicks community, and I know it's tough because in some cases, sometimes we're all, you know, we have different schedules. Sometimes we're all, you know, not all on, but some of us are on at the same time. So it's hard to kind of bounce around. I try my best to show everybody love. But it can be a little difficult, especially if like you're watching somebody's show and they're in a good conversation. You're like, yeah, bro, I don't want to leave. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. So it gets a little tough in the community. You know, we get a little congested, but you know, we here, man. So that's why I say it's always important. Listen, if you can't catch it live, the replay gang is there for you. But shout out to this brother, you know, who is a part of a podcast that has his familia up in there with them. They are crazy. They are funny as hell. They're wild. They have such a good time, bro. And you know, and I'll be honest, sometimes it may not be for everybody, and not them, but podcasts like this, because you don't know. Like you tune in for the first time, like, what's the hell? What's going on? Why are they talking to each other like that? But y'all don't know, like they family and stuff. They friends, they close. Like it's a different thing. So when they talk like, oh, I get it. They actually know each other. So it's a different thing. It's not like something that's just put together. Like I met somebody, let's do a Nick thing. No, they actually know each other. They family and all this stuff, and they have a really good time, bro. So shout out to them. Shout out to my guy, Raul, who is a part of the Organic Fanatics podcast with New Knicks, Your Two Shots, and Machete. Shout out to all them brothers, man. Let's bring Raul up in here right now.
You're. Hey, salute to y'all. Salute to y'all. Appreciate you having me, Ron, as always. Always love for you. Still Knicks fans forever. Always showing love. I appreciate you. The 718 boys, Divine, Sha Powers. J Boogie just got out of here before I could even say what up. But salute to you, J Boogie. Nah, it's all good. 3 S's to you. Salute to you. Appreciate you guys. Fritz, what up, my brother?
Yeah, man.
Nice and always in here. Appreciate you guys for always having us. I appreciate you guys for always giving a shout out. You guys always do great content. I mean, you know, y'all lead by example. So we were like, yo, these brothers are so so great. Let's see if we can bless the community with a little something.
Yeah, so, man. I appreciate you, bro. And like I said, Raul is dope. You guys got to check out the content you enjoy. And like I said, the content creation game is not easy, man. You got to give your time and your effort to doing something that is engaging and makes it fun for people. And you know, it's worth your time because you're not getting a lot out of it monetarily. So you got to love what you're doing. And he does a great job. He's been on our show a couple times, not just chopping it up with us on Know the Ledge, but also on the weekly show. So we've had a good time chopping it up with him. But how you feeling, brother? Everything good?
Blessed and highly favored, grateful, alive, and anything else after that's just a plus. The fact that I get to enjoy you guys on the Shabbat and be blessed with you guys on the content is dope to me. So I'm grateful for you for having me once again, as you always do. To all the brothers, he always give great content. I try to go on everybody's podcast and show love because you guys are all dope. I appreciate all of you guys on the livest chat. You got the livest chat, Knicks fan. And what nation, what team could say that they got podcasters that all unite? They're always against it. Nothing like New York. New York is like we got the 5 boroughs in here. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the beauty of the New York podcast and the nation. You know what I'm saying? We got the boroughs in here.
That's what I'm saying, man. People they give New York a bad rap. They talk about us like we the worst fans. But we stick together. We do.
We the best. We the best with DJ Khaled. We the best. You know what I'm saying? We got the heaviest jersey. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. We stress. We carrying this heavy jersey. It's a weighted vest. You know,
But I
so
mean,
they don't know.
look at what's up here right now. Even with Jay Boogie just left, we ain't all in New York. Everybody's all over the place. Florida, Carolina, like people all over the place.
Yeah, we're the away team. We're the other home team. We're the away team. You know what I'm saying? We're in Madison Square Garden South.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I mean, it is All-Star Weekend. We have talked about All-Star Weekend, a good amount. It is what it is. But now let's get back into the nitty-gritty. Let's get back into these Knicks. All right. So,
and by the way, the dunk contest. I mean to cut you off, but that dunk contest, they should do a street version. You know what I'm saying? Like Rucker Park versus the league. They get some people from the street. I mean, that's the real dunk. You know what I'm saying? Some Rucker Park, get some street people to really do it, because that's where the essence is from. So that's what's gonna. I mean, in my opinion, I heard y'all talking. I just want to throw those signs in.
No, I like that. I don't know if the NBA is ready though. They be like, nah, I don't know. We all these NBA stars at the Rucker. There's too much money in the building. I mean,
they want views. It's gonna liven up. That and the celebrity game is boo boo. I think the celebrity game, since it starts off so, it's low energy. It just seems mocked up and scripted. If they got, maybe started the other way, maybe that lasts. I think that kind of kills, the festivities early. It's kind of nobody really wants to watch that. But
I almost feel like they kept them together for a while. I don't know. For whatever reason, I almost feel like the slam dunk competition. Nah, maybe not. Forget it. I was thinking like they might put it on a different day. Like maybe that should be on Friday nights. I don't know. Until they change it, I don't know, man. But we'll see. Like tonight could be interesting. I'm hoping for the best. We'll see what happens. But I'm kind of, I'm always been kind of skeptical. All right. Well, so let me ask you guys this. I'm gonna ask this is gonna be a revolving question that I'm probably gonna ask everybody today, whoever pops in. And I love the fact that I can ask this, because I think it's interesting that we're in this position. Can the New York Knicks, now we got other stuff to talk about with the Knicks, but can the New York Knicks win 55 games? And here's the thing that I think I was kind of surprised at it myself. And I think the average fan, like we look at the game, but we're not looking into everything all the time. I thought this was phenomenal, bro. Phenomenal. And maybe I'm saying too much, as I'm going to basically, give it away. So, all right, whatever. The Knicks are currently 36-18, right? So when I was looking at the record, and another thing that's kind of weird is, how do we have an all-star game, a first half and a second half, and the second half is not equal to the first half? Like, it's not even close. Like, there's only 28 games left in the second half of the season. Like, what are we doing here? I don't know, but whatever. So I looked at it, right? And I said, man, can you imagine this, guys? If the Knicks play 500 basketball, we're talking 14-14, they will win 50 games. Is that crazy? I was like, what? So, okay. That being the case, do you think the Knicks can win 55 games? We're talking about the Knicks going 19-9 in the second half of the season. Divine, what's your thoughts, brother?
Ooh, that was my prediction at the beginning of the year. We talk about on the show. I predicted the Knicks will win 55 games. They do got the hardest schedule left, pretty much. I mean, they got a juggernaut schedule, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are playing all the top-notch teams on the West Coast. They got Cleveland, Boston twice, Cleveland twice. It's going to be difficult. I will say this here. Depends on how soon Mitch get back.
Right.
If Mitch get back sooner than later, I definitely think they could do it. It's going to be tough, though. Like I said, their schedule is pretty daunting. But just to say that in a nutshell, I think they can do it, though. That's what I think they would win. So hopefully it comes true to power. So.
All right. I like it. Let me go. I'll go Raul, then Fritz, then Sha. I'll come back that way. What you think, Raul?
I definitely think they could. I think we thought before the same time frame. For me, it's not too much about where we're at, it's how we're going to get there. But I do think they can definitely win 55. I think if we would have been healthy with Precious and, everybody early, it could have been way more than that easy. I think we could have been over 60. But I think that hampered a lot of what we're going on now. I think this is the important part of the schedule. So seeing the development for the players that are getting that burn, Precious getting the minutes, even OG being down, that's helping Precious get some rotation minutes, getting the starters to be confident with him. You're seeing Deuce starting to come around. which I heard you talking about Deuce earlier.
I know, bro.
I'll just get it. It's
No,
we
it's
don't have
hard
a
for me to say it, bro. It's hard for me to say. Deuce is one of my favorite players.
It's understandable. So, you know, I'm just messing with you, man. But him starting to come around because of his knee and his thigh, a hamstring that he had, so he's starting to come around. I definitely think we could do 55 easy, but I think this part is the most important part, the gelling. And then again, once Mitch comes 100%, it's going to be a whole different monster. Whatever they thought they saw the first half of the season, it's not what you thought. We ain't coming to play around.
I like that. I agree with you too. They're saying like I think your mic is a little muffled or it's like a little choppy.
I think it's mine they're talking about. Can y'all
No, you're
me?
good.
You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
you row.
I can take my headphones off.
You can hear it. Fritz, what's your thoughts, my brother?
That's probably the target. That's probably where we get. I think the Knicks I think they have a good streak left in them. Like I think in that amount of time we'll have a good 7-8 game streak in there. I think Cat came in right as the season was starting. We haven't had a lot of time to like work on the game together. So I think whenever you see that long breaks, you see the Knicks add something. And I think with this all-star break, you're going to see the Knicks add additional things. And I think we'll see a streak and they'll get to 55.
I like it. And what's your thoughts, Sha? Like, you know, I made it sound easy, but Divine ain't lying. The schedule is kind of tough. Knicks got some battles they're gonna have to go through. What's your thoughts? You think we get to 55?
I think we're fine. I think the one big goal is what me and Devon always talk about is the 40 to 20. Hopefully we can get to 40 before we get to 20. Hopefully we get to 40 wins before we get to 20 losses, or somewhere close to it. You know what I mean? With 39 and 21, that's a good stepping stone for the New York Knicks, for a team that only have started the amount of games that they played already. This is a brand new team, and we've been injured. We've been injury prone. We've been not injury prone, but we've missed players the beginning of the year. The Shamits, the Preciouses, Deuce being out a couple of games, Payne being out a couple of games, and on and on. And like Fritz said, I think there's going to be some new niches that the Knicks put into it, especially with OG coming back and with the possibility of Mitch coming back, by the end of this month, beginning of next month. So I had 57 wins this year with the team coming in fully healthy. And I think Divine is right around 55. So I think we fall somewhere in between 54 and 57. The team is starting to get those C words, the camaraderie, the cohesion, the chemistry, and they're starting to get those things more often now than it was probably in the beginning of the year. You're starting to see it more frequent now. You're starting to see Cat explode. You're starting to see Brunson take games over. We done had good wins. We done had great wins. We done had signature wins, and we done had statement wins. And this team is ready to battle. As I feel, I think the Knicks are going to really, really come out here and really, like Fritz said, go. I said 10 games. I think the Knicks got a 10-game streak in them, especially against these teams coming up now. All these good teams. Everybody was worried about a month ago before we played this stretch of schedule that we had, that we went, I think it was 10 and 12 or something like that. Everybody was worried. Oh man, the Knicks got we had a hard schedule all year, and we are third in the East. So I think we bear down and get gritty, and I think we come out. I think we get 57 wins. I think the next couple of games, coming out of the streak, we're already on a 2-game winning streak. I think we can easily get 6, 7, 8, 10 wins coming out of this win streak to make teams really wake up and pay attention to what the Knicks are doing, because we've been doing it all year. It just hasn't been consistent, consecutive, and the cohesion wasn't always there. Another guy that comes on pretty often, Jay Chosen, about the Italian gel. We starting the gel, and we're doing some of those things. So I think that we could get up to 57 wins. But I wouldn't be mad if we get over what we did last year, 51 wins. I wouldn't be upset at that either. Striving for better is always something good. And like you said, 14-14. You think the Knicks are gonna go 50% in the next 28 games? In my opinion, I don't think so. So let's get it.
Yeah. I like that. If the Knicks went 14-14, and then that's like worst case scenario, and they still finish with 50 wins. So I feel very confident that they definitely have a shot at getting 55. You're talking about 57. That means they would go 21-7 over the next 28. I mean, that could happen too. Anything once the Knicks start playing with confidence, and go on a nice little run, anything can happen. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. And you know, as we always like what you said, Sha. I have somebody else waiting backstage. I'm about to bring him up. But as you said, and what we've talked about all the time, no matter what happens through all the crap that happens throughout a season, at the end of the year, we're all sitting back and looking at the Knicks and like, damn, man, yeah, they finished second. They got 50 wins. Right now, we in third. We on pace to get 50 wins easy. I think. I mean, I can't see the Knicks team more than 14 games, so I think we easily gonna get 50. So, I mean, like, what are we talking about? We spoiled? Like, what is it, New York? Come on, man. We all right, bro. We all right. I think we gonna be good. So anyway, he's got to let it play out, man. And the funniest thing about being a Knicks fan, you guys know it. This is hilarious. And being content creators is why this is always special, to be able to chop it up with your fellow content creators. Watching the fans go nuts and go crazy over like the simplest things when we know it's not doom and gloom. It's going to be, tomorrow's going to be a better day. Watching them go nuts over watching Macau light it up for a month, then watching him slump a little bit. Oh, you see, Macau stinks. We gave up 5 picks. Then watching him light it up again. Watching them talk about trading OG. Then all of a sudden, OG starts hitting all the shots. Oh, that's the OG we love. Like, come on, man. We got to be patient. We got to relax. We got to take it easy.
Knicks fans and patience?
Yeah, I know. It's fun, though. I love being a Knicks fan. It's fun.
But that's why you let them know the ledge.
That's why you hear. That's why, guys, listen. That's what this show is about. When you don't know what's going on, when you're talking a little crazy, I hit you one of these. If I know the ledge, let you know that you just jumped out the window. That's why I'm here to bring you back. So we're gonna be all right. Anyway, this next person, this is pretty dope, right? I've been on this next person's show. He's been on our show, but he's never been on the Saturday show. And so I thought, I always find it dope. You guys know this is the 3rd year I've done this thing. So I think this all-star thing is my thing. I love doing this. Being able to have a show of just content creators is phenomenal to me. But he is been, I would say, in my opinion, there's been a lot of Nick channels that have been doing some really good stuff and have some good growth. He's been one of the fastest growing Nick channels in the last year. And he dedicates a lot of his time. He's all in on this. He dedicates a lot of his time to this. He be finding out stuff like that. I'm like, what? Where did he? I'm like, you up 24/7? Like, well, how are you finding this out? I'm like, what? And some of the stuff he finds out, like he said, he did a show recently, and I was really proud of him for doing the show because it's something I would have done. You know what I mean? Or at least not. I don't know if I would have been able to do the show, but I would have dedicated time to it. You know what I mean? Because I got so much going on that I don't know. I'll be a little behind. But I thought it was phenomenal that he did this show because, like, real life stuff happens. We are real people, right? Players are real people. And I think fans get a little crazy. Fans are wild. You know, they start saying some crazy, wild stuff. They act like, you know, it kind of reminds me, and I don't like to even bring him up because I'm not the biggest fan of him, but it kind of reminds me of that one time that politician just told LeBron James to shut up and dribble. Like, yo, you forget that people are human. They're here to entertain you, but they got lives, they got families. They go home just like you go home. They got to wake up and, you know, every morning and do what they got to do and repeat, but they got to entertain you. You know what I mean? They travel. People act like, you know, being a celebrity or being a player is all fun and glitz and glam. Yes, they get paid tons of money. We get it. And we some of us are envious of the money they get and think that that's everything. You know what it is to have to go to work every single day, even if you don't feel good, and put on a show and entertain and give effort and hustle and you take your body to the level of extremity that they do. travel, flight. You know, I don't want to get on a plane ever because I have anxiety. Can you imagine having to get on a plane all the time to go, and then you know, when you're up there in the air, they go through some wild stuff. They don't talk about it because they're used to it. Turbulence, all types of delayed emergency landings. You know, oh my God, I can't even imagine. And these dudes do this all the time for us, and we treat them like they're like second-class citizens sometimes, just because now, you know. And I'll just, you know, I'll just say it, you know. Let me bring him up first because he can elaborate on it a little bit too if he wants to. First off, like I said, one of the fastest growing channels in our Knicks space and in entertainment spaces anyway on YouTube. Shout out to this gentleman, constantly working, constantly giving info. I'm like, geez. Shout out to the one and only Tony, Mr. Knicks recap in the building. What's going on?
Hey, fellas, what's going on, man? How you guys doing? Really nice speaking with y'all, man.
Bro.
Nice, man. Nice. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate it. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure with the group. I love speaking among content creators, man. Y'all know the grind. Y'all know all the topics. You don't even gotta. You know the best thing about being a content creator when you love the stuff, you don't ever really gotta think about what you're gonna say, right? It's really like how you gonna get into the topic, how you gonna make everybody else understand what you know already. But that's the best thing about what you love. That's why I do it, because I don't have to. It's not really work when you love what you do, right? When you talk about, when I talk about Jalen Brunson for an hour. I mean, listen, I may think it's why people want to listen to me for an hour talking about Jalen. I don't know, but people love the idea of that, and I like the ability to come up here and chop it up with you guys. So appreciate that. And Ron, man, listen, really appreciate the intro. I was back there for a while. I thought you was never going past it. So I was
I'm like, yo, I got a lot to say about this guy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I was I think the video you're referencing is the sports betting video. Correct. Yeah, it was I normally don't go that lane, but I mean the stuff that I read, I mean, Jalen Brunson is the superstar of the Knicks. I mean, you hear about him, his family, his young, not even 1-year-old daughter being targeted for death threats because you missed in your parlay a bet. I really don't understand legitimately what's gone on with anything. I'm not saying betting is bad, because I don't think the nature of betting is bad. It's the people that sometimes abuse that system that make it bad, think that they need to get an advantage to do something like that. And that's why I think you've gone a little too far. So yeah, now definitely I appreciate you bringing up the topic, but sometimes it's a little bit more than sports. You know, it's All-Star Weekend. We love being able to celebrate stuff like that, but I think it's also a good way to take a step back. They're celebrating what they're doing in the league, how good the environment is, what they've done to the team. But you don't get here without a community to build that. That community gets targeted a lot when you start making it about money, only about money and about your come up versus the sport. Because then you're not watching for the sport no more. You're watching, how many threes this person got. I don't even care what the score is. We could have lost. I don't care what the score is. As long as Jalen Brunson hit me 5 threes, I'm cool. That makes no sense. I don't even know how you consider yourself a fan of the game if you just watch for that. That's boring to me.
They're not.
Not at all. Appreciate all y'all though. What's the conversation? I heard my man Sha was going off on some good takes with the Knicks and what they're going to do to close out the season.
Yeah. I want to get your input on it. And but once again, and I did I say I'm tripping? And I realize it now when I said it, because we'll talk about him later. He's in my mind. I think I said Tony, and I meant to say Troy. My apologies.
It's cool. It's cool. Everybody knows me at a recap as well too. It says it everywhere. It's cool.
Yeah. That's my fault. But yeah, man, appreciate you as always. And like I said, the reason why I brought it up is because, like I said, you did something that I would do myself, because certain things do happen and people don't address it. You know, we just kind of stick to the script, stick to the schedule. What is, the most pertinent topics that people are used to hearing. But sometimes it's okay to be real. And I do like the fact that you address that, because things are getting out of control. So let's be better as people. Yeah, that's my word to everybody. But that being said, y'all know what it is. Shout out to shout out to Pete Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said we need types of wins now. We got to beat Cleveland and Boston. I hear you. Those are very important. And look, I mean, we could talk about that as well. But as a Knicks fan, me personally, I'd be happy if we split with both of these teams. We could just get one. I know the season series ain't gonna look that great, but let me tell you, one victory is a lot for a team's confidence when they haven't been able to figure out a team. So I like it. Give me a victory at least, but we'll see. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, thanks for the all-star cast. Appreciate you, Crims. Thank you, man. I mean, Crim's dad. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. So what we were just getting into, Troy, was recap. Was the 55 games, bro. Because I was telling everybody I was kind of surprised that first I was surprised that the second half of the season is only 28 games. I don't know what that's about. That's weird. But then I was surprised that if the Knicks just went, 14-14, 500 basketball, we hit 50. So what's your thoughts on, and the schedule's a little tough. Do you think the Knicks can get to the 55 wins or maybe even better in your eyes?
I think because with the team being fully healthy, and I think that's the biggest part of it all, right? I mean, everybody's timeline is kind of right around the same thing. Shout out to Deuce, even though he had that rib injury. It's a contusion. Apparently, it's not severe, so he should be back right after All-Star break. So Deuce is good. OG Anunoby apparently dodged a major bullet, so he's fine. And then you have Mitchell Robinson, who, again, I mean, his status keeps on either getting pushed back or we're not understanding if his leg is going to be underneath him at a certain point in time. All I understand is he should be available by March. So it looks like you're going to have the cast that you want when you need it. The problem is you're going to have to work out the chemistry. And I think I've said this for everything. The reason why we can't beat Boston, and it's not only because of the personnel, because personnel is one thing. It's also because as a team, we're just not at that level of where we understand our group as well as they understand their group. If you look at Boston, just take it apart. Their core players have been playing together for years, and they just won a championship. So you're trying to get a Knicks team that just put it all together to do what a team has been doing it for years. You want them to do the same thing. It's not going to be the exact same way. Not to say that the Knicks don't have a shot. We absolutely have a shot. But I think it's good to put things into perspective when you talk about the teams that you want to beat, why we're not beating them, and if we have a good chance. The schedule coming out right now, I mean, you got the Bulls, then you got Cleveland, then you got the Celtics again. So we get another shot at this. And I'm hoping when we see the Celtics again, we get to see Mitchell Robinson. I don't know if it's going to be 10 minutes, 11 minutes. I don't really care. As long as I get to see a little bit of what that guy can do with Karl Anthony Towns on the floor, give me 7 minutes of it. Let me just see what it can look like. Let me see the elite offense meet that elite defense. Because in my head, maybe you guys can agree or disagree here. One of the main things or the reasons why we have such a problem with our interior defense is because our wings, which are so good, when they get hit with a fake, the penetrators go in. So our defense is forced to collapse because we don't have anybody else to play that player inside. You add a Mitchell Robinson in there, and I know people are, concerned about him clogging the paint because his limited offense. I get that. But putting that aside for a second, though, what he offers the game, offensive rebound. He's an offensive rebounding demon, right? Probably the best in the league when he's healthy. You got that. He blocks shots. Put that fear in the opposing player. I don't think you understand how important that is because it makes your drivers, anybody who penetrates, automatically pass. And if you're the Knicks, you can predict that. We're already good playing the passing lanes, and we have better talent this year if we can read it, to play it and run. Because the Knicks in transition are almost impossible to beat. Because Josh Hart's crazy, Mikal Bridges is crazy. Everybody cuts. So we actually have the talent. It's just the defense doesn't meet it because we don't have a force inside, the defensive anchor, if you will. Mitchell Robinson can become that and allow your wings to stay where they are, not have to collapse inside. So that's, for me, is the key for everything. You put that together and it works. Who's going to stop the Knicks? You can't score inside. Who's going to stop our wings? Not going to score outside. We can play the passing lanes. We'll steal the ball. We'll go straight to the rim, and we'll be able to score. Every single person on the Knicks starting unit can shoot a three, can drive, and can cut. Every single one of them. They just need a sprinkle of defense and some consistency. So that's what I'm expecting from this team moving forward. You give me that, they're better than 55 because they already have what it takes. They just need to put it together with that defense. Give me the consistency, not for 24 minutes. Give it to me for 48 minutes. We're better than a 55 team this year. Absolutely, we are. And the schedule, besides a couple of teams that you're talking about, the top teams, we know what we can do against the other teams. I'm not worried about the other teams. It's the top teams that we're looking at, because I don't care what anybody says. I want to beat the Celtics. I want that win more than any other win on the schedule. I don't care what anybody says, because that win for me is statement wins. We don't have one of those. Maybe you can go back to Denver. You can go back to some of the other games against Houston, right? But the top team, a Boston, a Cleveland, I need that. I think New York needs that.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good thing.
Just to chime into what you said, Tony, you ain't lying about that, because we talk about it a lot on the channel about East and West and North and South. With a Mitchell Robinson in the middle, you know what I mean? You make teams go East and West. Right now, you see a lot of penetration on our team going North and South because our interior defense. And that hopefully with Mitchell Robinson coming back, that eliminates all that North and South stuff and limits teams to East and West. A lot of things we was talking about, especially like the dunk from Tatum the other night, going straight down the hole and just dunking it. You don't do that with Mitchell Robinson in there. A lot of teams don't do that when Mitchell Robinson is in there. It's some things that Mitchell Robinson do when he is on the court that alleviates all of that stress, and it would put so much. It would make Mikal Bridges and OG look so much better with Mitchell Robinson in the backcourt, because those guys can drive their defender. I mean, the defender that they're defending towards Mitchell Robinson. That just makes you want to pass the basketball now, or take a mid-range jump shot. We're getting killed in down low in the closer to the basket this year. We're getting killed, not killed, but we are a little higher than we should be, giving up points in the paint, especially with not having Mitchell Robinson there. And I think Mitchell Robinson sucks up all of that energy right there. He takes all that stuff away, and it makes it a East and West style of game where you have to hit a jump shot instead of contesting Mitchell Robinson.
It's also the point of attack as well, too, right? Because with Mikal Bridges right now, he gets beat, not all the time, but quite frequently he gets beat on that point of attack. Now, if you get somebody else right behind him who can help, like a Mitchell Robinson, that player gets either pushed back to Mikal, so he gets back in front, or, again, you read the pass. Because when you can't do anything inside, what are you going to do? You're going to be forced to pass it out. And if you can read that pass, like an OG, like a Mikal, like a Josh Hart can do, that's a transition bucket. That's a fast break play. So I like seeing that. And I think that's what you're able to get. But again, and this is a question I pose to all of you guys, you trust the health.
Mm-hmm. That's the style that Mikal used to play in Brooklyn with Claxton there, going over the screen a lot instead of going through the screen or going around over the bottom. He used to push the player over the screen and push him towards Claxton. Claxton would step up, the pass would be made.
Yep.
And to chime in on some of that, what you're saying too, in the last couple of games, you've been noticed that Precious has stepped into that role as well. So when OG went out, Precious is defending the rim. He's also pushing the pace. If you're seeing him driving down the basket, so he's one that he's also a threat when he's on the floor, because not only can he drive to the lane, he can shoot the three. He's definitely defending. He's quick on rotations. His health is more something suitable in that lineup if you add him in there. As Mitch progressively later on in the year, he'll get more time in there. I think you'll see Mitch in spurts with Cat. So I think you'll definitely see that. I don't think you'll see it as a starting lineup. Maybe not this year. Maybe next year over the summer they work on it and his health overall. But I think you'll see it in spurts once he does come back. And that's obviously going to be dependent on matchups. Like as you were saying, recap against a Boston. You know, you got Porzingis, you got Horford, you got bigger teams where that's going to be more beneficial, more crucial to play out. And then smaller teams, you got a Precious that can run the fast break with Josh, who can defend at the paint. If you've been seeing Precious defense been picking up quite a bit, that he's blocking at the rim. He's challenging teams to make him have a second guess of trying to drive in the paint. Obviously not in that Atlanta game, the 140s, but other than that, you're seeing that Precious is another option that we have that's athletic, that's a big. He can play 5 or 4. So he has freed up, if you look at the games that Precious has been playing, he has freed up Cat's been able to get the 25, 13 rebounds and move to the 4 a little bit with Precious at the 5 and taking the bigger defender. So that's another look that we have as well.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think Mitch has to, hit the ground running or be 100% out the gate. I think
Right.
I don't even think he has to be the all defensive Mitch, ceiling player that we think. I think teams are coming in. We need the threat of Mitchell Robinson more than we need Mitchell Robinson. Players are going in with the game plan of I'm just gonna drive until they stop me. We know Cat will step back. He will make that business decision. But you just need the threat of Mitchell Robinson, where players, they don't come in with the game plan of knowing I can get to the rim or I'll get the foul. You definitely have seen the plays where players turn the corner and they rethink their choices. Mitch doesn't have to get the block, but their choices change. I think Mitch coming into the game, I think it will change the choices for the other team.
Right. No, I agree with that. And I think just to, go off of what everybody's saying with regards to Mitch, to me, what it is less about Mitch. No, don't get me wrong. Mitch is, I'm hoping to see a healthy Mitch and hopefully he holds up. But it's more about what he adds to a Tom Thibodeau defense. It's more about the fact that having Mitch down low allows, guys like Macau and OG, when he's back healthy, to stay home. You think how these guys play good defense now, when they get to stay home on their man and not so much switching and rotating and cheating towards the paint because Mitch is there. That is what I'm looking forward to. That is what I'm waiting. I can't wait to see when we can get that going, because Mitch may not be perfect. He's going to take some time. Whenever he does get out there, it's going to take some time to get his timing together. You know what I mean? He might get cooked a little bit in the interim, like guys might test him. But once he gets going, once he gets that timing together and knows exactly what you're trying to do, that's when you're going to have a problem. But the bottom line is what Fritz said too, the threat of Mitch, because Mitch is always going to be, he's always good defensively. So the threat of Mitch is enough for guys to finally lock in. Like a guy like OG might be salivating. Like, you mean I could just play defense on my guy? I don't got to worry about all this other stuff. I think they will go crazy for that. And I think that will definitely help out the Knicks. It'll help a guy like Josh Hart too. Because Josh Hart, out of all of these guys, is sometimes the most disappointing to me, but it's because of what he's asked to do. He's cheating to help the paint, and he's also cheating to be in position to grab a rebound because, we're a poor rebounding team outside of Cat. Josh Hart is a big part of that. If Josh Hart could kind of, have to give up a little bit of his rebounding, Mitch is going to have to take some of that. But if he can stay home and not allow the guy in the corner to get that open look, because Josh be giving guys too much space sometimes, that's going to help our defense too. Like there's a lot. It's a trickle down effect. I mean,
to cut you off, my bad. I would say just on the second half is important too, because Mitchell Robinson, we know he's that piece that once he's in there, that the rebounds, blocks, that he's that final championship piece push for us. But this last half of the season, these last 20-something games, is the gelling of the second unit and our first unit, because, we have our second unit that has that much time, but it's them gelling. You can see Josh, you can see Bridges, and you can see Cat. Like when they get burnt on a play, they're talking to each other. It gives them the opportunity to get better at that defensive, to be in position, to trust each other. So when Mitch comes, Mitch doesn't have to do what he was doing last year, where everybody just relied on Mitch, and I don't got to play defense like Randall dropped back. So it gives them the onus to learn to play defense now. So when he comes in, it doesn't take all that effort for Mitch to have to pick up these extra pieces. That he'll just be the final defensive stopper for us.
You muted, Ron.
Sorry, I had some outside noise coming over here. Thank you, my brother. Let me do that. I want to get to Divine's thoughts, but I got 2 super chats real quick, and I got somebody backstage that I want to bring up. First off, what it is. Yeah, you already know. Shout out to P. Duggan in the building. Says shout out to Troy, who's always ready to stand up. Let's go. Appreciate you, P. Duggan. Thank you for the joining super chat. And P. Duggan again. Shout out to Divine and Sha for making me calm down. Okay. I hear you, P. Duggan.
Yeah, my man.
Shout out to you, my brother. Yes, all right. So listen, man. Like I said, this Knicks community, I think we do a good job. I mean, 90% of us are like this. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Everybody can't be everybody. It is what it is. But I think we try to be good. and be there for each other. And this next gentleman is one of my brothers, man. Because when myself and John started Still Knicks Fans, we were just trying to get ourselves going, and there was certain people that welcomed us right away and would open arms and helped us grow in the community, but also showed us love and made us understand, man, this ain't just about, you put a show together and just talk and whatever. No, it's almost like it's a family. And especially when we get together outside events and do different things together, you realize that love. Like when you spend time with people outside of just talking Knicks and just regular people or calling them on the phone, you get it. You get it. So shout out to this brother who has been doing it for a minute. He's got his own show, but he's also a part of a show that kind of helped get me into this whole thing. I told you guys before, there's a couple shows that are the reason why I decided to get into doing podcasts, Nick podcasts specifically. One was the Nick of Time show with Jay Ellis, and shout out to Fritz with, his contributions to that. And the other is MBK. And so this gentleman right here has been a part of that mix for a long time. It's almost like Batman and Robin. So y'all already know who I'm talking about when you think about it. And this brother is not only one that, I think that I'm saying this because I told you today is not just about, the content and what we're talking about related to the Knicks and All-Star Weekend. It's also about flowers, man, and giving people flowers who deserve flowers. What a lot of people don't know about this guy is that he has great ideas. We do these podcasts and we talk, and then y'all think that when the podcast is over, that's it, we go home, it's over. We be talking for like another 2 hours in the behind the scenes, talking about stuff and ideas. And I was thinking about this. Why don't we try to do this? You'd be surprised all the stuff that goes on in these conversations. And you'd be surprised at how many great ideas this gentleman has. But he's got real life. He's got his family, his work, and stuff just doesn't come to fruition. This guy's got tons of great ideas. But anyway, that being said, he's also been a Knicks fan that's seen everything. He's seen all the Knicks and all the bruises. So before, when I mistakenly called Troy Tony, is because I got a text from this man and he was on my mind. So, faux pas, my bad. But shout out to the one and only, a big part of the MBK fam, my guy, Mr. Tony Crow.
DC.
And bruises in the house. What up, brother? Oh, you on mute. You can't start off without being on mute for Tony.
Pardon me. Appreciate the kind words. You're trying to make me cry in the background.
Oh man, the love is love.
Salute fellas. I'm glad I made it. I'm a little under the weather, but I'm here for you, man.
Hey man, I appreciate you. Always are here for me, man. And that's another thing. We always chip in and pitch in for each other when we can. And Tony's always stepped up whenever I needed somebody. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. And I hope you feel better.
Hey man, I hope so too. It's been a rough couple of days.
I hear you. So what we was talking about is the Knicks and their chance to possibly win 55 games. We already threw it out there. The Knicks go 14-14, 500 basketball in the second half. They win 50. Like we're in a beautiful spot. So just your thoughts on how you feel about that. The Knicks winning, 55 games, and also your thoughts on All-Star Weekend because we are here.
All-Star Weekend for me is really just a break. You know what I mean? Good time for us to reset. We know how this Knicks team plays when they get some rest, considering the high minutes that our starters usually play. So I think that's going to be crucial for us in a good way, us getting some rest, but not just getting a rest, us potentially getting some guys back, getting some reinforcements. You know what I mean? So it's like a double whammy in a good sense that we get guys that have been playing a lot rested, but we get some guys back that have been out. So hopefully, it just looks like we're in a good position for a stretch run. You know what I mean? Like you said, 500 basketball, which would be a disappointment ending the year, but injuries and things happen. If we play 500 basketball, we still get 50 wins. That's a great sign. 55 is more than doable. You know what I mean? It's gonna be interesting where we do end up, for sure.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like where we're at, man. I think, as I said, as Knicks fans, maybe we're a little we spoiled in a way, because it's weird to say you spoiled when you haven't done anything, right? We haven't won in 50 years, but we spoiled in the fact that we think we we want it. Like, we got to be the best, but we ain't the best. Like, the Cavs are damn good. Boston is damn good. Like, we got to respect that. OKC, they're damn good. So, but our team is on the to what Troy said earlier, just to recap, that we are working together and getting better, right? But all these other teams have had chances to gel. Like, Cleveland is the same situation that he brought up with Boston. Cleveland's been together. You know what I mean? So we don't have that luxury right now. We're putting together a new unit, and there's still some tendencies and some things that they still got to work out that are a little funky. We saw it in that last game, in that fourth quarter going down the stretch, which allowed us to go to overtime. That was some trash basketball. Right? We saw some moments that we're like, nah, throw that away. Don't do that again. Like, the inbound play, like, no, I don't want to get it out of here, bro. Yeah, there was some wild stuff going on during that time that we thankfully can get away from. And like, we're like, you know what? Nope.
The great thing, Rondo, is a couple things. You mentioned us being spoiled. I agree 100%. Myself included. We take a bad loss or we lose the game, and it's like the sky is falling.
Right.
But you just look at where we are, considering a new assembled team. We're way above the curve. Like, look at our record. Look how we haven't had a record like this in since the championship year, I believe.
20 plus years or something.
Yeah, big numbers.
So it's like we are spoiled. You know what I mean? Because we're not appreciating it the way we should. We haven't had a full year together. OG's just been here about a year now. Pressure's just been here about a year now. You know what I mean? Then we got the new additions with half a year. Not only do the players have to adjust, but the coach has to adjust to the new players. You know what I mean? So I try to keep things in perspective as much as I can. Try to include as much context when I'm doing breakdowns or when I'm evaluating the team. But of course, you know what I mean? A loss, it changes that in the moment. You just gotta wait till the next day and kind of regroup and think about it all over again. And
right.
One last thing I want to add, because I was in the background listening to you guys talk about Mitch, and I agree with everything you guys said about that. But not just the interior defense, it's gonna help the perimeter defense. And the problem has been Thibodeau, his first priority is protecting the rim. You know what I mean? So everybody is collectively trying to stop that first, and then it's the recovery to the 3-point line that's really been killing us. You know what I mean? So hopefully, with Mitchell Robinson protecting the paint, everybody can focus on the perimeter, which I think, like you talk about the Bostons, and like these guys live at the 3-point line. They live and die by it. They don't care. I'm trying to get 50 plus threes up. So if we can contest those, I think that's what really saves us. But Mitch Robinson helps that, just because, like you guys mentioned, they don't got to look over their shoulder. They know he's back there. You can lead guys to him and then live with those results as opposed to living with the results of the open threes.
I agree. That's a fact, and that's what we're hoping for, and that's what we want to see. That's why it sucks, and it's a shame that we have to put so much onus and so much hope in the health of Mitchell Robinson, because I mean it's not like he don't want to be healthy. It's like he wants to be out there playing, but it's like you're putting so much on his health. It matters so much, and the worst thing that could happen is that he comes back and we see how good this Knicks team can be, and then he gets hurt again. I'm not wishing. Where's the wood? Knock on wood. I don't want any of that. I just want to, like I said, I just want him to come back and be fully healthy. And I want the Knicks to, which is a tough tale, but I want a tall order. I want Tom Thibodeau to treat Mitchell Robinson like he's fragile. I'm sorry, I know that's weird, and he doesn't do that. But I actually want him to take his time with Mitch. You know what I mean? Because we
don't think that he will.
I'm a little worried, bro, because I feel like the thing with Tom Thibodeau that scares me is that once he gets going and he starts to, now we're playing the way I run and want to play, I think he gets like it's like a drug. Like, okay, this is what we got to do, and then he like moves on to the next thing. So what's our next problem? The defense is solved. Well, what else we got to worry about? And I think he just locks in on that, because the problem with Tom Thibodeau is we all complained about it. He's allergic to adjustments. His in-game adjustment game is kind of crazy sometimes. It's been good in the past, but this year specifically, it's been really sporadic. So
I feel like it drags though, doesn't? I feel like it always drags though. Like for every season, if you look at like the changes for last season, right? Going into January, really didn't make the changes till after the trade, and we started seeing some rotation changes. I feel like something forces him to make an adjustment that needs to be made. So, for instance, on Mitchell Robinson coming back is going to make him be forced to make an adjustment to the lineup. The problem is, I think what people think, I mean, myself included, I would want a 10-man rotation, because in my head, that's just best for the starters, right? It's best for everybody involved. But you're not going to get that. I feel like you're going to see Shamit go away, and then you're going to see Mitchell Robinson be the 9th, and you're going to have a 9-man rotation anyways. Achua goes to be the primary backup for OG once he returns, and that's basically what the lineup that you get. And I get that to an extent. I understand it, but I feel like you limit yourself when you don't explore your weapons, because now we feel like we only understand what a 9-man weapon is versus what a 10-man could give you, right? And I feel like if he's not going to play it with the 10 we have now, and all of the players you can look at top to bottom, if he's not playing 10 on this roster, he's not playing 10 on any roster. He has 10 legit players right now that will buy into his system, that will play his way. If he's not playing 10, he's never going to play. There's no other reason then. Who else would you add that he would play 10 then? Yeah. There's nobody.
I agree with that.
It's crazy. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree with that. And apparently, we've had conversations, whatever, in the past. Like Tibbs has dabbled with the idea of wanting to do a 10-man rotation, and apparently behind closed doors, he's wanted to do it, but he hasn't found the unit that he trusts enough to do it with. If he doesn't have it, like you said, with Mitchell Robinson coming back, with your whole starting 5 putting up incredible numbers all season, with your 6-man being, I guess you could say, this Deuce or whatever. If he don't feel comfortable doing it with this, I'm so with you, Troy. Like, he ain't never gonna do it. He can't do it with these guys, But let me do this. I want to read this super chat. I got somebody else waiting backstage. I want to read this super chat real quick, but I want to get to Divine, because I want Divine to answer to the super chat as well. I got 2. My apologies. Well, let me go with the first one.
You know what that is?
You know what it is. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Salute to you, my brother. He said, can Tibbs coach this all-star lineup the Knicks have? I think he doesn't change game plans once he is exposed. He fails to make appropriate changes against top teams. We need better coaching. So, the question that obviously, as Knicks fans, we've all heard it. The whole thing is Tibbs can get you to a place, but, then he can't take you any further, And some people already feel like Tibbs has gotten us as far as he can take us. So I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like personally myself, I think Tibbs needs this shot. I'm not willing to give Tibbs a whole bunch of shots. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Knicks were to get knocked out in the first round, I don't know how I feel about that. But I do feel like he deserves it, and he's going to get it to show what he can do with this roster, with the complement of all his players healthy. Like, it's also very hard to judge an NBA coach, through everything you got to go through, all these different teams. And we know that every year the NBA is different, because this year the NBA is definitely different. Like, there's a lot of good teams this year. The Detroits, the Houston's another level now. There's not a lot of bad teams anymore. Like, it's either you're like semi-good, you're really good, or you're really, really bad. And there's only 2 teams that are really, really bad. Like, Washington is really, really bad. But there's not a lot of that anymore. The Orlandos, the Detroits, like, all these teams are good. Indiana, we took care of them the other day, but you sleep on Indiana, you get cooked. So, it's different now. The NBA has got a lot of parity. So that being said, Divine, what's your thoughts on, Tom Thibodeau and his current coaching style? I mean, do you still feel confident in him being the type of guy that can lead us, further? I don't want to say to a championship. That's the cop out. That's the easiest thing to go to. Further than we've gone to before. We made it to the second round. Can he get us further than that?
Yeah, I mean, if you put all the variables in there, yeah, I mean, it ain't his fault. Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Obi didn't play in the second round last year. That's not his fault. I mean, you lose Mitchell Robinson and Randle, you lose Bogdan, you use Anunoby. I mean, we would have blew the Indiana Pacers out the water last year. We would have been in the Eastern Conference Finals. Sometimes you gotta put the variables in there. We just can't say the guy's a terrible coach when he done came here and took it to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, 3 out of 5 years, whatever, and practically about to go again this year. You're only good as the talent you got. And this year he got a plethora of talent, and I think Tom Thibodeau, I think we don't look at the reason why the year we went against the playoffs against the year before, Randall got hurt the 75th game of the season, got hurt in the playoffs. You had a young RJ, you had a young Grimes. These cats not seasoned. He got seasoned guys now. Let's see. I think you just gotta you gotta put everything into an equation. You just can't say the man is not a good coach, because I know people say he didn't get far, but when he was coaching the Chicago Bulls with Derrick Rose, he had LeBron won eight straight finals. What the hell he gonna do? His team wasn't better. LeBron and spoke to them. So sometimes you got to put everything in there. You just can't say the man is not a good coach because he didn't get a team there. Why did he didn't get him there? Whether he wasn't a good coach or whether the players that he had wasn't good enough to beat the team that he was going up against. And obviously, when he was in Chicago, Derrick Rose, coming off an injury, wasn't beating Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, 8 straight years. So obviously, he wasn't going to get past them. He come here, and I think that he had done a great job with the Knicks. This year is going to be the tell-all because he got talent. Julius Randle, no pun intended. I mean, Grimes, RJ, no pun intended. They ain't these dudes. You know what I mean? They're not these guys that he got this year. So I'm expecting Tibbs to get to the Eastern Conference Final because he got a team worthy of that this year. I don't think he had a team last year like that. I think he had a team like that. They were injured, I meant to say. So can you imagine if Mitchell Robinson, my man, don't pull him down in the Philly series? Then he got him against Miles Turner in the Indiana series. And Miles Turner cooked Hartenstein and my man, them poor guy down there last year. So, and Randle 25-11, who replaced him last year? Josh Hart wasn't doing Randle numbers last year. So I think we got to give Tibbs the sense that if he would have had them bodies, I think we'd be singing a different tone about him. But because, any coach, you're only good at the talent you got. And I think last year was an exception. We lost 4 players that was in our rotation in the playoffs. And we went to the game 7 in the second round. So I don't know. I'm not a homer for Tibbs, but I understand it because I understand basketball. I mean, shit, Phil Jackson would have had Michael Jordan them, he probably wouldn't have been the person who he is. You know what I mean? It all depends. That really does. So we'll see. I believe in Tibbs. Tibbs, compared to what we had prior to Tibbs, we should be happy. We really should.
I can rock
with
with
Terry Fisher and all these dudes out here winning 17, 21 games, and Nick Tibbs coming the next year winning 41 games. 21 to 41 in 1 year with the same average roster. That man know how to coach players. He know how to coach, but sometimes you got to put all depends what you got on your roster. And I think this year he got a good roster. He got a solid roster. And when Mitchell Robinson come back, I think it makes a big difference. So I'm expecting Knicks to go out there and compete at a high level. They got $187 million payroll. They better represent.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean? The Knicks got to go hard, and I think they got the talent to do it. So I say all I have to say is that we just got to give a man an opportunity to play with this roster. Let's see how it goes. Let's see when the playoffs get here, everybody buckle up and see where the Knicks go. But I think he's going to take this team where they need to go. I'm not saying they're going to win the championship, but you never know what happens in the course of a playoff. If somebody on Cleveland go down, who knows? If somebody on Boston go down, I think Knicks compete with them. I think the last game we played Boston, hey, listen, we got the 97-94 that Jason Tatum ran them up. But real quick, I think if Anunoby was in that game, it might have went different. Not saying we would have beat them, but Jason Tatum probably would have did what he did against the Knicks if Anunoby was there instead of Mikal Bridges, because Mikal is a skinnier, not a stronger dude like Anunoby on Jason Tatum. So I think the Knicks got enough to beat any of them teams. That's Knicks against everybody to me. I don't think Knicks fear nobody in the NBA. We can give it to anybody just like they can give it to us. But I think this team is good. So let's see. I think we'll make it happen.
I like that, Divine. I agree with you, man. Like, look, just got to wait and see. Time will tell. And we're going to see. Because, the flip side of it is I know a lot of Knicks fans are upset with how we have fared against, the best competition in the league. But there have been certain things. Unfortunately, it's timing. It sucks to say that because you want to give, it's like giving excuses, but it is real. Like things happen. The Knicks played Boston right out the gate. Nothing, no gelling, nothing. Like had no camaraderie. All right, to take that one away, get out of here. We played Cleveland pretty early too. What we didn't expect is like people didn't give Cleveland a fair shot to realize how good Cleveland was. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't either. I didn't realize that they were going to be that good. But then I started to think about it, and it makes sense. You got a team like we talked about, Cleveland, same guys, they've been playing together, and then Donovan Mitchell, the hope is gone, right? I'm not going to New York. I'm going to be with Cleveland. So now I'm all in. I think that mindset is a difference. I think that's important, and I think that helped change how he looks at him being his time in Cleveland. And I think that helps the team because like now he's bought in. I think that matters. So, got all that stuff going on. And then, obviously, unfortunately, like we said, not having Mitch is important because it's a big part of Tom Thibodeau's scheme. And then losing OG recently definitely didn't help the cause either. So, all right, I got one more chat and I want to get to who I got backstage. Shout out to Dougga. You know what it is. My problem with y'all, even though I love y'all, is y'all can't hear Jimmy. Now look at him. This was our window to win it all with JB. Oh man, Parrish has been on this thing, man. He has been on the Jimmy Butler train. He's like, choo choo.
Can I please?
I'm like, what is going on?
Give a response to that. Parrish has also been plaguing my streams with this.
I know.
Paris, we gotta stop this, bro. We really do. This man is old. This man is broken down. I don't know where you think the Warriors are gonna go. I don't think if they pay him any money, it's basically Paul George Part 2. So if you want to see how that goes, just watch Philly this year. That's exactly what's going to happen. Nothing. So
we talking about Jimmy Butler that had the stain in his pants the other game. That's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler ain't gonna add a thing to any team. He's lucky he's even playing ball. He's a cancer. I'm sorry, man. You think that's attractive? Imagine that. Imagine you going on a date and they give you a list of all these things that are wrong with this person. Yeah, that's attractive. He would never be attracted to any he's kryptonite. No team wants him anymore. He shot himself in the foot. It's ridiculous. I would never want Jimmy Butler anywhere near he could be 30 years old. With that attitude, he would destroy your team from the inside out. No, thank you. Done. Hell no, Parrish.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler, he likes to cram for the test. He's the one who he don't do his homework. All 82 games, he coasts, and then all of a sudden, I'm gonna bring it home. If you want somebody in the Knicks, you want someone who's gonna play all 82 games. You need someone who's gonna be a team player. You need someone who's not gonna take Jalen Brunson and put him in the backseat. Jalen Brunson leads this team. Jimmy Butler is not gonna come in and be the voice of the Knicks. It was never gonna happen.
And to touch up on your point real quick, I'm sorry to delay you to it, but in Tom Thibodeau, as we're talking about that, he's setting a standard. He created a culture with the team that we had. As Devon was saying, we went from 17 to 41. He set a standard and a culture, and the players that we have are setting a standard as well of the type of team that we need. The type of players are to come over here, hard workers that are going to come and enjoy playing. He plays them a lot of minutes because they like playing. And if we're evaluating at the teams that we haven't beat, the Bostons, the Cleveland in the first half, we only had 6 players basically for almost half the season. We didn't have none of our bench. We missed Deuce for plenty of games, Precious for plenty of games. So it wasn't that Tom Thibodeau had a choice to play 10 deep at that time frame. You're looking recently, he's playing at least 9. He's trusting campaign and letting that chemistry gel. And then so I'm a Tom Thibodeau supporter on that. And he's building a culture and a chemistry and the type of players that we need. We build different here in New York. So that's the type of players we need.
And one big thing that we're not even acknowledging is follow the money. What we was going to give up to get Jimmy Butler. What play would you really give? Would you get up Josh Hart to get Jimmy Butler with Mitchell Robinson? That's what you want to do? You want to give up OG Anunoby for Jimmy Butler? Who you want to give up for? You want to give up Jalen Brunson for Jimmy Butler?
Got to match some money.
I'm just saying, if you follow the money that was owed out to Jimmy Butler, we would have to give away one of those players that I just mentioned. Is that what you really want to do to get Jimmy Butler in here? And someone said, I think it was you, Tone, recap about or maybe it was you, Organic, about being a cancer. This guy has everywhere he has went, he has just frustrated the team and forced his way out. Just now, he's already suspended for not going to practice already. Didn't he just get suspended like last week or something for not going to a practice or something like that? I'm not sure if that's what the New York Knicks want to go through, especially going down this next 4 years and this stretch of trying to win the championship and not taking anything away from his skill set. Not taking anything away from his skill set, because Jimmy Butler in the playoffs is a bucket. No question about that. But do we really want that? Do we really just want okay play during the season and coming out in the playoffs and making an effect in the playoffs? I don't know. I don't know if he's a good fit in the unit anyway. He's a big guy. He plays defense. He does all that stuff. But who will we give up for Jimmy Butler? OG Anunoby?
Yeah.
Josh Hart?
That's who you would have.
Richard Robinson? Come on, man. I'm just saying.
Bro. I couldn't do it. And after he went over there, and then we found out they extended him 2 years, 121 million. What? What? 60 million per for a 36-year-old who hasn't won anything. No offense, we know how good he is. He's playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy hasn't won a championship. 60 million per.
How old is he, by the way? How old is he?
36, I believe.
All right, cool. So you're gonna be 38 when that contract expires.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Hey, can I just say? I just want to say two things. I do think Jimmy Butler gets a bad rap because of the situations with each team. Like I said, if you look at the context at each point, I don't think he was in the wrong up until this point with Miami. But I think the narrative, once the narrative starts,
right, like it's following him everywhere. I hear you.
It's a wrap. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to get rid of that. My only other point is if Tom Thibodeau wanted him, he'd be in it.
Would have got him.
Yeah,
and the fact that Thibodeau don't want him, and you know how he is with his guys. You know what I mean? He's brought Jimmy Butler to Minnesota. You know what I mean with him. He brought Derrick Rose in every city he's gone to. When he identifies his guys and there's an opportunity to get them, he goes out and get them.
Right.
He don't want them.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, if Pat Riley's done with you, and Pat Riley, man, he rocks with everybody. He's the personality slayer. Like, you know, oh, you got a big personality, you got a big ego. Man, I don't care. When you come over here, you know how it is. If he was done with, because Pat Riley, and I say done with you because Pat Riley said something. I don't even know if it was this year, or if it was early last year. He had some comments to say about Jimmy Butler and his thoughts about who Jimmy Butler thought he was currently and how much he's worth. So once Pat Riley said that, I was like, okay, the writing's on the wall. It's just a matter of time.
But did you read the story about how that whole thing ended with him and Jimmy though?
Yeah,
no,
that's interesting.
no,
he was crying in the meeting, telling Jimmy how much he loves him and wanting to keep him on the team and all that stuff. It was very weird. I lost a lot of respect for Pat Riley in that conversation. And Jimmy Butler, being his whole freaking drama queen self, did the thing that you want nobody to do. When you give yourself like you're vulnerable to somebody else and they just look at you, laugh at you, and leave anyways. That's exactly what this man did to Pat Riley. So he already feels like garbage, crying on the floor.
Yeah, that's not great.
And he walks past him like, yo, he's a cancer, bro. He's a cancer.
That
Leave him alone.
Hey, as a Knicks fan, I ain't mad because Pat Riley left us. He left Pat Riley, so I ain't mad either way.
Yeah, there you go.
They both get. You get yours, Pat. You got yours.
All right. So listen, I've delayed this long enough. Okay. Let me bring my next guest up into the show. You know, there's gonna be people, like, the show is still going on. There's you know, like I said, I reached out to a lot of people. There may be some more people that pop in. Just saying, I reached out to a lot of people. This next person is what it's all about for me. I've said this a lot. I don't want to get emotional up here because, you know, he's smiling backstage. Like I told y'all, man, I did this because we wanted to do something special. I actually wanted to get into some music podcasting, which I do have a separate channel, Keeping It Run. If you haven't tuned in, selfless plug. But yeah, man, started this with John. And the bottom line was because I would gravitate to this gentleman's podcast and how he gave it up, the love he showed to the people that were up there. And then I never forget when I finally met him in person. I met Tony. I met the rest of the crew. And, you know, they, like I said, they welcomed me and I became a part of the fam. We became a part of the team. And it's been dope ever since. It's like having a family within a family. And for someone who's an only child, that matters. So I just want to appreciate the person who's helped a lot of us, you know, and given a lot of inspiration to people in this podcast game, especially in this Knicks community. The pod father himself, Mr. NBK, Simeon Russell.
Hey, what's poppin', fellas?
Yo, get the salutes up, man. I'm not trying to hear right now. Get the salutes up to the OG, the one who helped start this whole thing, man, who gave me an opportunity to get myself going in this world. Sim, what's good, my man? Appreciate you. Good seeing you, my brother.
You're on mute, Sam. You're on mute, Sam.
No, we hear you. Maybe
you hear you? Oh, I can't hear him. My bad.
Oh. Come if you want to come in and come back out. I'll put the link out there, Sha, if you can't hear.
No, I hear you guys.
Okay, cool.
I can't hear Sam.
You can't hear me? You don't hear
I hear you now. I hear you now.
Okay, all right, we good.
That voice is iconic. Gotta know that voice. Iconic voice right there.
Him and Ron got that Barry White voice.
This guy's a classic though. Sim, man. Nah, man. Both of y'all, it's classic, yo. Shout out to y'all, man.
Appreciate you. Sim, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm doing pretty good. You know, busy Saturday, but I'm good.
Good to see you, man. Thank you for taking the time. Sorry for having you wait backstage so long, but I wasn't gonna bring you up here and not give you your just due because this is about flowers too, and I gotta salute you.
I appreciate that, man.
Appreciate you, man. So we've been talking about a lot of different things, All-Star Weekend, the whole new format change for what the game is going to be. But most importantly, we've been talking about the Knicks, you know, the chances of them possibly winning 55 games, the fact that, you know, we're in really good position to just go 500 basketball and win 50. Also talking about Tom Thibodeau and kind of like, you know, where he stands as the coach for this Knicks team and if we can see ourselves doing some really special things with him at the helm. So just your thoughts on any of that.
Well, about winning 55 games, I don't want to say it's a no-brainer, but I think we're right there. We're right there, ready, you know, to win 55 games. I think that's well within reach to win 55 games. I mean, what are we at now?
36 and 18.
36.
So you're talking 19 games, you know, going 19 and
9.
Right? That's very doable. Right? I think that's very doable. You know, not to mention, you know, after the break, hopefully you get Mitchell Robinson back so the team maybe gets a little bit deeper. You know, they should, you know, I mean, everyone's going to be rested, but the team should be rested up. You get OG back. You know, the team should get better. Barring any other injuries, the team should get better. Yeah, I think 55 wins is doable. Not easy, but doable. Easily doable. I don't know. Something.
That works. That works. What's your thoughts on Tom Thibodeau and you know, if that age-old question that we deal with like every show? Is he the guy? Is he the coach for us?
Hey, wait, Sim, what do you
That smile said that.
Everybody when they say they fire coach, what's your first response when they say fire Tibbs?
When they say fire Tibbs, I mean I have a few of them, but I'm like, who are you bringing in? Who are you bringing in? Who's out there that you're gonna bring in? You're not bringing in Pop. You're not bringing in. I mean, who are you bringing in? You know what I'm saying? And me and Tony, you know, we argue with. I seen Greg in the chat, some other people. We argue with them almost every right? About Tibbs. But when you go back and you look from the Tibbs took over in 2020, 2021, we won 41 games. The next season had some injuries. We won 37. Season after that, I think 47 games. Season after that, 50 games. Right now we're on the pace to, you know, we're talking about possibly winning 55 games. You know what I'm saying? The team has gotten better and better and better every year. Obviously, we've added new players. You know what I'm saying? But we continuously, but that's what every basketball team does. We continuously get better. right? I think, you know, until we plateau and we're like, we can't go anymore with this coach, we need a new voice. I think you got to keep rocking with him. You know what I'm saying? He's brought stability to the team. He's brought structure to the team, accountability to the team. All of those things he's brought to the team. You know, how do you just, every coach is going to have their strengths and weaknesses. There's not a perfect coach that's out there. You know what I'm saying? The players make up for the weaknesses a lot of times that a coach might have. You know, I think we're just fine with Tibbs right now. I think we're just fine with him.
Could I say something different? Because I know most people have that prevailing thought, but I think there comes a time where you have to make a change, and it's probably my personal reasons aren't the same as other people. I think you can still win a championship with not the greatest coach, but the way that Tibbs approaches the game, he's going 1-on-7 every night. He wants to be the coach and the only coach. I think other organizations, they have a head coach, but they have other coaches, and they all contribute. When Tibbs can't figure something out, no one from the back is able to come forward. Simple problems.
I'm going to ask you this question that I ask everybody when they say that.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that?
Huh?
How do we know that?
Because he said so. Because he's said, like, he makes the game plan. He said in practice he uses his assistant coaches to disseminate information, but on game day when he is making decision, he is making the decision. No one else is contributing.
Jalen Brunson's dad's constantly walking up to him throughout the game.
See. Hey, how do we know what the other team's assistant coaches and other coaches are doing?
Okay, you know what? They may not be 1-on-6, but they're capable at one. If they're going solo, they're still capable.
Yeah,
if you can't find your way out of a press, if you can't figure out simple problems on the floor, and you're still going 1-on-6, I may have to look at you weird.
so let me say something. Because a coach says I doesn't necessarily mean by myself. It means that I take responsibility for the game plan that we put out there on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that I didn't speak to my team of coaches. There is no coach, I'm telling you, that doesn't take their team of coaches and say, how do we attack this team? What is the game plan for this team? But when you sit up there in front of everyone, I came up with it's my game plan because you are taking responsibility. If the game plan fails and he says, well, Rick came up with this idea and so-and-so came up with that idea and so-and-so came up with that idea, then you're tearing your coaching staff apart. You don't do that. Yeah. You say, this is my game plan. Although when you sat in the locker room or you sat in the war room, you all came up with the game plan, but because you're the leader, the buck stops with you. So you take that responsibility in public. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You don't put your team out there as to who made what decisions, because it's now all one decision. And in the end, the head coach signs off on it and says, yes, this is what we're going to do. But it's a collective that helps to make that decision. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand it. I mean, that's like typical management stuff, but there are simple things on the floor that just aren't being taken care of.
That's why Jalen Brunson does after the game.
Hey, Ron, can I chime? I'm gonna get out. I just want to let somebody else get on the panel because I know you're gonna have a packed show, and I've been on here the longest.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, Divine.
Yeah,
Thank you, bro.
But real cool. Just to piggyback off of them, listen. When the Bucks stop, it usually Bucks with Leon Rose. Am I correct? I'm just going to piggyback off of him, but that don't mean Brock Allen, Worldwide West are making decisions. But the Buck stops with the main guy, and I understand what Sim's saying, because remember you used to see Johnny Bryant always run up to Sim's Tim. This dude got 3 fouls, or this dude did this. I think they do it, but like what Sim said, he's the head of the snake. The Buck stops with him. He's that dude, and that's like Leon Rose. Like, we know Brock Allen make decisions. We know Worldwide West and Walt Perrin. But when you ask who's the decision maker in the New York Knicks, Leon Rose. So I get what Sim going with that, because like he is the guy that do this thing. But I just wanted to get that in there. Sim, good to see you, my brother. Real talk, my man. Real talk. Tone Pro. Real organic Nick recap, my man. Everybody, man. Yo, y'all hit that like, subscribe button for the brother, man. Run them up with a thumb up. Don't cost you nothing. Stop fronting. Let's get it. Ron, great show. Yo, let's go, man. I'm looking for that second half of the season, man. Y'all know what me and Sha Powers that we down there on Knicks Real Talk pregame, postgame, and y'all make sure y'all support all these content creators, man, because they doing it for us, man. Archie Blue Skies all day. Let's get it. Peace.
Thank you, Divine. Appreciate you, my brother.
Hey, love it. You already know.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
So I guess this is a great time to bring in another person that we got backstage. And let me tell you something. You know, this sometimes like this, I couldn't pull this off last year because he was busy. But he's free right now for a little moment. I got him now. So to add him to this mix of people, this is it. You know what I mean? Like, what more do y'all want on a Saturday talking Knick basketball with this level of content creators up here to really get your juices flowing with a great conversation? And for me, it's like Christmas, right? Because I told y'all, I've already said it. There's a reason why I got into this podcasting game, and these people are the reason. This next person is the other reason. Like, I got two other people that got me in this thing here. That I don't know. That's like a little kid in a candy store thing for me. I've been doing this 4 years, and this is a special moment for me. Even though we've already done shows together, it still feels special every time it happens. So we already talked about it before, man. One of the pioneers of this damn thing, you know, as a stable channel that's been doing it forever, that I'm glad because, you know, a lot of people, I feel like, you know, after a certain amount of time in the game, you know, new people come into the mix. They get new fans and new people who you know, gravitate to their channel, and they don't necessarily know about the people that came before, about the other channels that existed that have been doing the damn thing for a while. And then I feel like that happened last year, and the second win happened. Like people now, okay, MBK, blah blah blah. Oh, okay, now they get it. And so this channel, who Fritz has been a big part of, is the Nick of Time show, man. And you know, none other than one of the special people over there, a really good dude who has always been a stand-up guy. I've had nothing but great experiences with him. I appreciate him to the fullest extent, and I'm always championing him and what he's done for this community. And like I said, what he's done for me as well. Helping me to understand this podcast game and making me want to be a part of it. So shout out to the one and only Mr. J. Ellis.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Appreciate you having me on. Feeling the cast. I'm loving the cast. So I'm just happy to be around the guys who started, who've been doing it, who's doing it now. It's all phases. Also shout out to Sim, because started out on SoundCloud. Was doing it on SoundCloud for a long time, and then I think Sims is the first person I saw on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh man, I got that on YouTube." so he put the thought on me. He's like, "Man, yeah, more activity goes get on YouTube." So I feel like we wanted the shows, like early shows, to be on YouTube. Like maybe like the third Nick content show on YouTube. I feel it's Nick of Time show.
Appreciate.
So, appreciate Sims and yeah, everybody who's been rocking with us for a while, yo.
Yeah, yo. So shout out to you once again, my brother. Once again, guys, listen, smash that like button, hit the subscribe if you're not already subscribed, and search up all of these great content creators. If you knew,
hit them up.
Yeah, if you knew and you just following me and you're like, oh man, I like Ron's show, this is cool. Look at what you got in front of you today. You got Knicks Real Talk, the NBA Economy Show, the Organic Fanatics, Knicks Recap. You got Knicks and Bruises. You got Nick of Time Show. You got the Podfather from MBK, Nothing But Knicks in the building. Like, what more can you ask for, baby? It's all here.
It's right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right
yeah,
here.
man. Fantastic, bro.
Yo, Sim, it's not fair, man. You got that voice like that, but I hate it. I just hear him all the time. It's silky, just coming in like ain't nothing, bro. Come on, Sims, man. I gotta fix my mic or something, brother.
I try to ask him, like, what's your settings like, man? Like, what?
Nah, Sims got that 808 voice. He got that 808.
Always, man. Just he's in the zone. I'm
like,
jealous,
yo,
brother.
crazy.
Jealous.
Who you telling? I'm trying to mimic it. I can't figure out his
you almost there though. See, you almost there.
You got a voice, Ron. What are you
Nah,
talking?
yours is like, no, your sound is fantastic. That's the other thing. Like
Ron and Tibbs are like Al Green and Barry White, man.
Voice is the cheat
y'all,
code.
if y'all don't know, Mr. Tim is a very big sound person. He knows his thing when it comes to sound, so he knows how to get the best out of his situation. So shout out to him. But anyway, and one last thing, and he's gonna hate that I say this, but before I get his take on everything, I just got to say this to all you listeners. 189 people here watching across all platforms. I'm sure there might be some new people that are not familiar with everybody here. This might be, it could be your first time seeing some people. I'm gonna tell you something. Another thing about Jay Ellis. I'm gonna leave it there. You know what I mean? We a big Knicks community, but we know that there's some bigger ones in the game. And your favorite show, Jay Ellis was one of those that was a part of that show. Okay, you love it for a reason. Just saying, it's great. Just want to let you know Jay Ellis was one of the originals on that. Just put it out there. All right, okay, let's move on. Anyway, Jay Ellis. So,
yeah, gotta love the writers.
How you feeling, brother?
I love the writers.
Not bad, bro. Listen, your flowers can't just stop where they stop. They're more than they are, bro. You deserve your flowers.
I appreciate that.
Big facts.
Yeah, man. I'm going, man. I'm good. I'm going. This year has been challenging, so I'm just glad to still be going and still find a way to pump out stuff throughout the challenges. Like even like the amount of shows I usually visit shows every year. Like I really haven't been going around like I usually do because I just been doing triple time on real life stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm just glad to be able to have like a team. People who motivate me to kind of like keep the trains moving, even though I'm not like at 100% this year. So I'm just happy to keep them going, to be honest with you.
Hey man, we appreciate you, bro. And like I said, that's why guys like you and Sim, you deserve your blessings, man. Because this grind ain't easy. As someone who's done it 4 years, I'm like, damn, but I get it. So I appreciate y'all. So what's your thoughts on real quick, and then we'll change topic and get to some new stuff. Just anything exciting about All-Star Weekend you look forward to, and the Knicks winning 55 games?
I mean, it's interesting to see that the Jalen, Brunson, and Cat is going to be on different teams, so that's going to be an interesting thing to watch to see if they like kind of trash talk because they're both really competitive.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking forward to see that dynamic. Jalen Brunson, the 3-point contest, of course. I'm curious to see what that's going to be like. Mitchell Robinson, man, I know I know the fan base is kind of split on how they feel about Mitch, but I'm really excited to see what it looks like with Mitch here, man, because we've had a couple of holes just guarding the rim. The Timberwolves were really good when they had Cat and Gobert playing side by side. So I know Mitch is not going to start, but having like 15 to like 20 minutes of Mitch next to Cat to see how our defense looks and see how that goes moving forward. I'm curious to see how that's going to look, especially because like in the playoffs, I still feel like we're going to need Mitch for certain matchups, especially matchups like the Cavs or the Hawks where the teams are longer. So I'm really curious to see what that looks like. And also just like you said, the win count, we're on a pace. We're on a pace where we'll be flirting with 60s, maybe like 57 or something like that. So I'm curious. I'm happy. It's funny. I never really felt like this is going to be the championship season. I feel like this is like a big building block season. I feel like the real run is going to be like next season and beyond. But I'm still excited for the ride to see how we play this year and how we finish it out.
Yeah, I like that.
Jay Ellis, I've been saying that since the beginning of the year, that the greatest thing about this team is we're not going to see the best version until next year and beyond.
Yeah.
You think about the Cavs, you think about the Celtics, what we were talking about. It's their chemistry. It's their the time they've been together that makes them so great. And we're just assembled. You know what I mean? So yeah, the future is bright. It's a window for us.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people forget that it's not just the pieces that fit together, but it's also chemistry. It's also time. It's also knowing personnel. There's a lot of teams who've been together for years and they've just been knocking at the door. like even the Celtics and the Nuggets, and then they finally get one. And sometimes people feel like it's just add water, the pieces are here, and you should win. And that's not really realistic, and that's not really how basketball goes. So I try to keep that in mind as I'm watching it. Look at the games, figure out, okay, how do we match up with this team? How do we move this moving forward? What can we take from this loss and this win, and how can we apply it to the next game? So I try to think big picture with this team, and still to be excited about the season, keep my expectations kind of in the middle, kind of humble, but still just enjoy the ride and know that I do feel like contention is possible for us.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, shout out to Phil. Phil has a show with our guy Diehard Knicks Eru as well as Apollo on the Nick of Time channel, and it's called Knicks Nightcap. He would be here today, but he is actually traveling. He's on vacation and he's in a nice area. So shout out to him. Enjoy yourself, Phil, wherever you are, brother. But he already hit me up and told me that he couldn't make it because he is traveling. So good for him. Enjoy that time. Y'all know what it is. NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, are the Knicks going to be able to hit a switch and turn on the defense when the playoffs start?
Did he say hit a switch or hit a Mitch?
There it is.
That's an interesting question. What do you guys think? Do you think it's that simple that you
can't hit a switch to make defense work? Defense don't work on a switch. You gotta take time. It's like with anything, like with chemistry. Like if we talk about Boston and Cavs, for instance, this year with them, they got time put in. That's undefeated. You can't fast track that. You got to put the time in order to see the results that you need to see. That goes for offense, and that also goes for defense. I think we have a lot of expectations for Mitch. I've really put my expectations kind of in a realistic limit. He's going to be on a minutes restriction when he comes back. Likely not going to get his legs back until maybe April. Once April comes, he has to make that final push for the playoffs. Still going to have to get that chemistry right. I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be in place to make him be an impact off the bench, but we also have to realize how much he's going to play, what lineups he's going to be playing with, and how much time he's even going to be seeing the same floor with Karl Anthony Towns. There's a couple of things that we don't know yet. The main thing for me is how Tom Thibodeau is going to respond once he has 5 off the bench that he likes and 5 starters that he likes. Because does that mean the rotation expands, or in my head, it means Shamet goes away and he still goes to 9 and you still have just Mitch involved there. So I need to see what he does in response to getting talent back before I can understand what that defense is going to look like come the postseason. Because Mitchell Robinson's not going to cure everything. He's not a stop hole for all your defense. And if you believe that, I think that's where the failure comes in. He's going to help. And we talked about how he's going to help. He's going to be the man inside, probably help your wings stay on their player outside. So that way you don't have that many penetrators. They're fearful for going inside to get their shot blocked. So there's benefits to it. But if you put all your eggs in Mitchell Robinson, that's where the failure comes, because he's not going to stop everything. He can't. It's impossible. You have to understand what you have and be able to work it into your rotation. And that's coaching, that's adjustments, and that's on Thibs.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't think you can't just hit a switch. A lot of people think, offense takes chemistry, but defense takes even more chemistry than offense, right? You got to have way more communication. You got to be on a string. You got to know how to work together. You got to know the weaknesses and the strengths of the people you're on the floor with. So going back to what Jay was saying, we won't see the best of this team until like next year and beyond. I think that goes with the defense as well. You can add Mitch in, and Mitch is going to help the defense to get better. But, this year, this is a brand new team, right? It's a brand new team. You're talking Jalen Brunson, Mitchell Robinson, and Deuce, and Josh Hart. Right, who were here for all of last year. Even OG, Precious, they came halfway through the season. Cat is new, Cam is new. Like, all of these guys are new. So
never played with Mitch.
Never played with Mitch. So, what I'm saying? Now you're adding a new piece to the puzzle. It's going to take time, not only for the players to understand, each other's strengths and weaknesses on the offensive and defensive side, but for the coaches to understand which buttons to push, who responds to what type of situations, what are the tendencies of my players, right? And that all, that's part of the defense too. You know what I'm saying? What defensive strategies do I use with this group? What do I use with this group? What do I use with that group? In a lot of ways, this is an experimental year with a new team. You know what I'm saying? And then next year, you can really start, because at the beginning of the season, you got all these players and you say, well, they should have a good offense. They can have a good defense or not a good defense, whatever it is. You don't know how this team, the team, not individual players, but the team is going to react together against other teams, right? Until you get on the floor. And then once you get on the floor and you start to see how they react together as a team, how individuals react during certain situations, as a coach, you can start to place people in certain spots and know when to use certain players and how to use certain players. You know what I'm saying? And you can't just look at 10 games and say, well, this player reacted nervously in this 10 games, because you need more data than that. You know what I'm saying? So you have an entire season to see how guys react in certain situations. And now next year, you're like, I know exactly how to use this guy, and that guy. And that's when you really start to see your team get better. And the defense, I think, is going to be part of that. I think next season we'll see the defense be much better because Tibbs and the coaching staff will know how to use their players, how to mask certain players, you know what I'm saying, and all of those type of things. Yeah, it's a big experimental year for a new team. And, we're still on pace. We talk about being able to win 55 games with a team, with a team that is, you're still just trying to figure out how to use everybody. Next year, they'll get better, and they'll get better the year after that, because everyone's still young and still learning. Jalen Brunson is learning how to be the leader of a team. He wasn't the leader. He didn't come into the league as the leader of a team. He came in as a guy coming off the bench, and Luka was the leader and all that stuff. He's learning how to be the leader of a team. It's going to be bumps and bruises along the way. So, I don't expect the defense to just pick up like that when the playoffs come. I think next year is really, that's when we're looking at seeing where this team can really go.
And this year, I'm sorry, I mean to cut about, but this defense is talking and trusting too. So it's trusting that your teammate's going to be in the right position and talking through the defense of telling them where to be, yelling or talking to them. And that's what you see in the games where you see Josh, Mikal, and Cat. They're talking to Cat like, yo, you were supposed to drop. You're supposed to move on the switch. And that's them kind of talking to each other mid-game of understanding where they got to go. This is also something new for Cat to let. We're counting on you as a center to play defense. You need to stop getting little ticky-tack fouls and learn to be in the right spot rather than chasing with your hands or getting off your feet. So them getting used to that, and I think that's why we count on Mitch a lot as being the anchor, because the defense is usually from the center. He's the one to drop. I got you here. He's usually the one that's been talking or making up the lack of effort from the other players. But now we have to count on the bench players, the Shamit, the Deuce, everybody else to cover the outside paint, and hopefully the help defense would be there. So that's where it takes time and rhythm on it too.
Right.
I got a quick little thing to say. I believe. I mean, I'm not saying that the Knicks can't win a championship this year. I'm not even going to say I think the Knicks can make it to the Eastern Conference Finals against someone. It all depends on what the matchups is. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, Boston would match up right now with the Pacers. I mean, hard matchup for them. They have hard games against the Pacers. So it all depends on who matches up with who. Cleveland, I think, is with Atlanta right now. Maybe if we're talking about the top 8 right now. No, another hard matchup for Cleveland. I think they lost the game to the Hawks this year, or 1 or 2 games to the Hawks. So it's about matchups. And Tom Thibodeau's scheme of defense depends on the team that he's playing. And he plays some of the teams in the East pretty well. And, we have faltered against Boston the first game, which we wasn't the first game of the year of a new team, and the last game when we missed OG Anunoby. So, would the defense be better with Anunoby in there and adding a Mitch against Boston? It's possible. I believe it could be, but it all depends on what the matchups could be, because I'm not saying this, but maybe we might not see Boston this year. Maybe Boston might get knocked out in the first round or something like that. Maybe we might not see Cleveland. Cleveland has had a time, I think, with Mitchell Robinson when they won 56, 58 games or something like that and lost in the first round. Wasn't that to us?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, it's all about who the matchup is and who you have to contest on the defense. I'm hoping, you know what I mean? Like we all probably are sitting here hoping about the Knicks making it to the finals this year and stuff like that. Of course, I want that to happen. And do I think that it's possible with a team that's with this brand new nucleus of guys that just playing 54 games in the season? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. But do I think they got a fighting chance? Hell yeah, I think they got one.
All right. I like it.
Yeah, I really don't think you can really duplicate the playoffs in the regular season. I think the playoffs is just a whole different animal. It's chaos in the playoffs. You're playing the same team game after game. They're throwing out different looks. But for the regular season, the Knicks are trying to fine tune with them playing with each other, and playing with each other is the goal. And when you get to the playoffs, when that chaos hits, you know the capabilities of your teammates. You guys know how to play together. And when that chaos hits, hopefully you're prepared.
Right. Yeah. And when that chaos hits, you get a whole new reaction from everybody too. You know what I'm saying? So you figure out how people react in the playoffs. You know, and you know, every team, like Jay was saying, you know, you look at all these teams, Boston and all these teams that went through years of, you know, failing before they succeeded, right? You know, just in my opinion, especially with the parity that's across the league. And could the Knicks like get super hot? Of course they could. But for the most part, you would think that there's going to be, you know, a couple of years of, you know, failing in the playoffs. Because you got to figure out, you know, like who's in the foxhole with you and how people react in that type of stressful situation. And then just as a team, like you become grizzled.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You become grizzled. And when you go through those battles, you really start to trust the people that's on your team, and you start to trust the coach. And now a whole new team comes out of it. Like the team, the way they are right now, assuming they don't win the championship this year, when they win the championship, even with the same players, they'll be a very different team. They'll be a very different team because, you know, they've gone through battles and wars and they've lost and, you know, they've laughed and cried together. They'll be a very different team, the team that wins the championship. You know?
Guys, I got to cut out of here. My apologies to you guys, but us as the Organic Fanatics, we appreciate every single one of you. We're at the bottom of the totem pole. We appreciate all you guys, the legends, the founders, Sim, the podcast. Yo, since you've been sitting on the stoop, fire. Loved it since you was doing the hip hop. It was phenomenal. Ron and John, appreciate you guys. So Knicks fans, Divine, Sha Powers, appreciate you guys. Knicks and Bruises, Tony Crow, Sister Dope Soul, KOT, Lee Escovedo, Sergi's chilling. All you guys, appreciate you guys.
Okay.
Hopefully, if you guys ever want to check us out, Fridays 5 p.m., Sunday 5 p.m. Appreciate you guys. Salute.
Thank you, man. Raul, it's always a pleasure, man. You know, I appreciate you as always. Thank you for being here and rocking with me, bro.
Appreciate you guys, man. All love to you guys. Appreciate you. Much success to you all. Blessings to your family. Peace out.
Same.
He won't influence me by shout out Ryan. Shout out to my guy Ryan.
Oh yeah, Ryan, man. Ryan and Ebony. Shout out to Ebony. Where you at, Ebony? You know you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I got a couple of people backstage. Go ahead. Well,
I just want to take the opportunity to ask your panel, you know, and yourself, who or what would you consider the biggest surprise for the Knicks this year? You know what I mean? Like and you could save it for the back burner. I just want to
that's a good.
Before anybody else leaves, I just wanted to take the opportunity.
I actually have an answer to that. Honestly, it's pretty easy for me. It's Karl Anthony Towns. That's pretty much. I expected Towns to be good. I didn't expect Towns to put up the career high in rebounds that he did. I think he's shooting a career high from 3 as well too. I mean, he walks out of bed and gets 20-20. I don't remember a Knicks center that used to do that. I got to go way back to find out those type of stats. Karl Anthony Towns is doing something that I think everybody thought he was maybe capable of, but never thought he could do because of the way he looked in Minnesota. He looked like he was more reserved and was not really going to be that player that you needed to play inside out like he is. That change, the way he's been able to take that next leap into his game, not settling and driving and taking contact and 1-footers in the pit, that right there, nobody saw it. And because nobody saw it, it's why we have 2 all-stars, because Jalen, Cat, But that monster that he's turned into, how do you
Starters.
stop him when he gets in it? It's ridiculous.
Nah, recap took it. He took the words right out of my mouth. It's definitely Carl for me. And the crazy part about it is he can. Me and Lee was talking about this last show. Like he can actually get better. Like that's kind of the scary part that you even realize. Like you can actually get better because you already see what happens. For all the flack that Tom Thibodeau gets, for some reason when players come and play under Tom Thibodeau, their numbers get better. Their rebounding gets better. They're getting paid quickly. He's now seen as a starter for the Raptors. Dante DiVincenzo was like, oh, he need him to start for the Timberwolves. He wasn't seen as a starter before he came to Knicks. For all the flack that Tibbs gets, he starts to elevate players on one aspect of the game or the other. So it's like when I'm looking at Carl, I'm like, oh wow, okay, he's getting to the hole right now. He's getting a bully in the paint. But damn, like he can actually get better in the paint. You start to realize like he hasn't really been living in the paint, really. Mm-hmm. So like sometimes he struggles against these shorter players, and you get disappointed, but then you go, wait a minute. If he starts to do this more, he'll get better. And then wait a minute, he has a defensive-minded coach who's going to teach him how to get better at playing defense as a center or power forward. That can get better too. And you start to see little things of his game get better as time goes on. So you're like, damn, okay, Cat surprised me this year, but he can surprise me again next year.
Right. Yep. 100%. Yep. Well, guys, I got two more people backstage that I'm really excited to have on. One, you know, like how we give it up. And then another that is a new face for a lot of us. And I'm really excited to be able to chop it up with him. So first off, let me just get this out of the way because you know Parrish he be on it. If you ain't, hey, I hear you, Parrish. You know what it is. Shout out to Pete Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I'm a strategy guy. Cleveland guys say they got better because they brought in a teaching coach. We're missing correction of not hustling back, not jumping when defending, pick and roll, taking the last shot too early, prevent, and one when you foul. I understand what he's saying. Like some of the, and that's kind of a question that has been a little bit of a thing. I think we're better at it ever since we've got the Villanova guys. To be honest, I think they're smarter basketball players, even those who are not here anymore. We did have a little bit of a struggle with fundamentals for a bit, like a Tom Thibodeau team. And you're like, well, we can't do the basics. We can't inbound the basketball. We would, and this is kind of coming from last year. Early last year, we were doing some wild stuff. We got a lot better over time, and we got some of that nastiness out of our system. I mean, granted, that last game we saw a little bit of it in the fall, but that happens from time to time. But yeah, I think the little keys to winning basketball games are continuing to do the small things, the little things, the type of stuff that Josh Hart gets recognized for. When he's going good, because Josh gets a little wild too sometimes, but for the most part, he has a good idea of what he should be doing out there in the court. And I think when the Knicks play like that, and most importantly, when they believe in themselves as a unit, because a lot of people make a big deal about the Knicks passing the ball. We get this number of assists, we're going to win the game. I get it. That makes sense. But it's less to me about the passing and more about the belief system. If we believe in each other, the passing's going to happen, right? Because my guy's going to pick me up. If I'm in this situation, I'm in a bind, they're double teaming me. I'll pass out the double team. I'll get the ball over here. We'll move the ball and get a good shot. That's the key. Believing that we're going to get a good shot and we'll play for one another. And sometimes the Knicks get a little lost in that. We play a little hero ball. We get into a little ISO game and we start to run into situations where guys who should be getting shots finish the game with 8 shots, which is crazy. Like, stuff like that. It happens. So hopefully we'll be better as we go forward and they continue to do that type of stuff. But that being said, let me bring my first guy up here. Y'all know him. You love his swagger. You love the fact that he don't care about the rules. He's just him, unapologetically. You know what I mean? He does everybody's show. He shows mad love. He's a part of the Knicks Nightcap. He's got his own show. He does watch-alongs, all types of stuff when he can. He's a big part of the MBK fam. He's like a brother to me because, he's always there. When you need somebody, yo, hey, I got a show. He can't make it. Yo, can you? Yeah, he's right there. Like, and that's all of us calling each other. He's always there. He's always there when we need him. He, no pun intended, is a diehard Knicks fan. Bring the guy to the stage. My guy, diehard Iru.
What's up, guys? How you doing? I had to bring the voice over because you guys say, I guess that's sultry voice and stuff. So I had to bring my own in.
You sound like you're witness protection. You all right over there?
You bring back to my regular voice.
Sound like you're about to drop a Chipmunk album.
The voice and the shades. Who you hiding from?
You in witness protection. You gotta tell me where you at.
Yeah, yesterday was Valentine's Day. My wife gave me a present. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta cover it up a little bit.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear you here, brother, man. I know you dealing with. I know family's sick and stuff, but I appreciate you being here and rocking, man.
No doubt.
Always. So we got diehard Iru here, and next guest is another newcomer, man. Another newcomer to the mix. Now you guys know this Knicks community is really big, bro. And I'm not saying he's new to the. He's not new. He's been around. If you see content, you've seen that he's been doing great content for quite some time. It's just I haven't had a chance. This is our first time bringing him up here, and then I actually, hope to be able to have him on the SKF Weekly Show where we could chop it up, me and John and him, and then maybe even if he extends the invite, if he needs, I'll pop up on his show if he needs. But the point is, I would love to be able to have welcome him to this community that we've got here, because I think we're all good people. We all champion each other, and we just want to see each other do well. And we're always supporting each other. So let me welcome to the stage. Like I said, he's a newcomer, but y'all know who he is if y'all watch this Knick content. Shout out to my guy Gavin from Locked On Knicks. What's up, brother?
What's up, guys? I can't do the voice. Wow. I wish I had the sound effects, but I didn't even come prepared.
That's only Sims, by the way. Only Sims has that. It's only him. Nobody else, brother.
Yeah. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been enjoying the conversation so far.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, this is a special moment. That's why to shout out to all my normal chat people who follow and who jump on the panel. I hope y'all all get it. Now y'all understand why, when I do this all-star special, nobody in the regular chat usually comes up. It's only the content creators, because look at the level of content creation you got up. This conversation is phenomenal, man.
I ain't gonna lie, Ron. You got me in awe right here, man. For me, I'm one of the youngest guys doing this podcast, and all you guys that I'm looking on the screen right now, I inspired myself to be like you guys, man. Gavin down there, Nick of Time, my man Iru, my man Recap, definitely the Power Father. My man over here, Fritz, I do homework just because of Fritz doing the homework, learning how you can move the money, follow the money. This is great for me, man. I'm in awe. That's why I'm glad I stayed on one more time, because the next person that come on, I'm going to get off. But I'm glad to see you here, Gavin, man, because Lock on Knicks, for me, is one of my big watches, you and your man. Anyway, let me shut up. Man, I'm in awe right now.
Yeah, man, this is dope. This is exciting for me. That's why I love this time. Like I was looking, be honest, full transparency. The last 2 years, I when I first came up with the idea, literally the night before, I said, let me get everybody together tomorrow. I'm calling everybody. I'm texting. It worked out okay. Wasn't bad. And then last year, I maybe did it one day before. And I'm like, yo, I'm crazy. Like I'm gonna get all these people together in one place. It worked out pretty damn good that time around. And then this time around, I started thinking about it a week ahead, because I'm like looking forward to this, because this is like going to a little boot camp, like a retreat. Yeah, all the content, let's go. So I'm loving this, man. Anyway,
hey, Ryan, I feel like I made the all-star team.
Yeah,
it might be an injury replacement, but I'm here, man. I'll take it.
You're the Trae Young of this conversation.
Yeah, no, this is dope, man, and it's great. It's great to see everybody up here, man. Oh, look at this. Hold on, before we get into the next the topic about what we're talking about.
Ron, I'm sorry, I gotta run. My grandkids.
Nah, I appreciate you, brother. I know you had already talked.
Yeah, and then and then I'll be on the road. I could actually, while I'm on the road, I could actually join from my phone if you want.
Listen, I'm gonna be here for like another hour. I'm gonna be here for about another hour. So if you want to, that's up to you, my brother. I appreciate you. I thank you for taking the time to stop by.
Yeah, I appreciate you all.
Thank you for coming on, Sam. Word up.
Everybody.
Word up.
Nothing but Knicks.
Appreciate all of you, and yeah, I'm out.
All right, my brother. Be safe on the road.
Success, man. Later, brother.
Back.
Peace.
I wanted to.
You know what that is?
You know what it is. Shout out to Krim's dad. He just gifted one Still Knicks fans membership. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you to whoever received that gifted membership. It doesn't, that's the one thing they got to do a little better. I mean, not say nothing, because as soon as you say their name, they get you. But they got to do a little better on this platform of letting us know who that gifted membership went to. But appreciate you, Krim's dad, as always, my guy. Thank you for the support. And shout out to this brother, man. Thank you for the generous super chat. I'm just happy to see you in the chat, bro. It's been a minute, and I hope you're doing well. Shout out to Kevin McLeod. What up,
wow.
What's going on, brother? He says, shout out to all my brothers on the panel. Miss talking to y'all. I'm very confident. I wanted to get this up before Sim left. Damn it, because Sim knows Kevin very well. I'm very confident in this team. Just need them to send the big boys a message. Yeah, I agree, brother. I agree, man. Like I said, I hope you're doing well, bro. It's good to see you. Thank you for the generous super chat, man. And don't be a stranger, man. We miss you. For real.
Word up, Kev.
This is Cornerstone Kev, baby.
Cornerstone.
All the cornerstone of the team is gone, bro.
Yeah, all the cornerstone. The last one is Mitch, man. Mitch will let you know, too. Appreciate you, bro. All right, so that being said, I had a question that came up when we did Still Knick Fans Weekly on Monday, and I asked of the objective Knicks fan, my guy, and John, who was on the show. I said, so we already know that Mitch is here, hopefully. Once again, knock on wood. But the other thing was, who was the other piece that could be added to the roster to kind of help fill out some of the issues we had? And so we already kind of know who that person most likely is, but I still wanted to get you guys' take. It could be one or the other, just and why you think. Do you think that the Knicks needed a 6'7", 6'8" wing type guy who's more of a offensive threat or more of a defender? That's just the parameters right there. Do you think we need another defender to help this team, to help spell McCall and like OG coming off the bench? Or do you think an offensive person is more important, getting those points off the bench? What's your thoughts? I'll start with Gavin.
I think a defender with the caveat that they need to be able to shoot the basketball. Like I think someone like Dorian Finney-Smith. I don't know if the Nets were willing to trade the Knicks another wing, but if we could have gotten that done for 3 second-round picks, I would have done it in a second. Like high volume 3-point shooter, smart offensive player, another switchable wing, because you're right now, if you're the Knicks, right, you're built around Jalen Brunson, you're built around Karl-Anthony Towns, and it is a challenge when you go up against a team like the Boston Celtics that has 5 guys where there's not a weak point there defensively. You have 5 guys on offense. You can pass, dribble, and shoot. And if you're the Knicks, you have 2 guys to target. And that is kind of the fundamental issue Leon Rose and this front office is trying to overcome. Can you protect 2 guys on defense in the playoffs where teams are going to target them over and over and over again? And I think just as much defensive personnel as you can possibly put around them without losing what makes them great offensively, which is the challenge with Mitchell Robinson, right? Because then you lose that 5-out aspect. But Dorian Finney-Smith, someone in that mold who can shoot the 3 ball. You don't lose the spacing. You don't lose the IQ offensively, but another guy who can cover up for you defensively. Because I think someone like Josh Hart has had kind of a sneakily poor defensive season. Mikhail's been inconsistent. OG's mostly been great. And even when he's not great, he's still good, but he's been more inconsistent than he was last year. I just think you need as much defense as possible around those 2 guys.
That makes sense. I can't argue with that. What you think, Eru? What's your pick? Do you think more defense or more offense?
I'm right on the same tone with him, and Dorian Finney-Smith was the guy for me. I was even willing to get rid of him for to get him for Mitchell Robinson, back early in the season. You know what I'm saying? That's I mean, because he's exactly what we need. We need a guy that could play some defense. You know, he's tough. We lack toughness. So I think a guy like Finney Smith, he will bring that toughness to the team too. So we definitely need that. We're missing it. You know, when like the OG is back, thank God that Precious finally got his mojo back. I would say, because he was injured. He had the hamstring or whatever was wrong with him. He got his timing back. He was saying. So we still need another guy. You know, because like I said, once the playoff starts and everything gets going, we definitely need that extra person in there. Because I mean, let's say if OG is not having a good game or Mikhail's not having a good game, with just the matchups, you know, it's not right for that particular team that we're playing. We still need that extra guy in the rotation that can fill in the blanks at times. You know what I'm saying? So Dorian Finney-Smith was the guy, man. I wish we could have gotten him. You know, at this point of the season, we didn't make it. We didn't make any trades at the deadline. I was down on that because, you know, I still wanted to get something like that along those lines. But I mean, you know, TJ Warren is there. You know, I keep talking about him. I think that might be the guy. We're probably gonna wait till March 1st, you know, to make those prorated signings and stuff for the veteran minimum. So we probably gotta look to that. Maybe even you know, this guy that just got waived from the Lakers, Christian Wood. I don't know about him, you know, for like, you know, because of injuries and stuff. But at this point, the beggars can't be choosers. If we bring guys in and work them out and see how they fit, you know. But you know, this, like, you know, right now I'm kind of just frustrated in general with the Knicks now, because I heard you guys talking earlier. I was listening for most of the pod, but you guys were talking about just you know, like just preparing for the playoffs, and just like, you know, like next year and Tom Thibodeau and all this other stuff. It's a lot. We're like in flux. We're kind of like in the middle of nowhere right now with the Knicks. I think the best years are ahead of us. You know, we still have a lot to build and stuff, but right now this year we kind of been in like limbo, kind of. That's how I've been feeling the entire season. I feel like we're like right there. You know, we're right there. We just haven't made that move that we needed to make. And I just think we're kind of being held hostage, even though I still think that we could still compete and stuff. But you know, just to double down, that Dorian Finney-Smith, man, I would love to get a guy like that on this roster. I think that would be like, you want to talk about final piece, maybe, just to solidify this current team the way that it's situated. I think that would help out a lot.
Right. Nah, I mean, I wasn't mad at him. You know, I realized the thing about Dorian Finney-Smith is the reason why I would have wanted him too, because there's certain thing about it I don't like, and I'm like, yeah, we need that. That would help. But you know, the other thing that I just wanted to bring up that I was devastated by, because I'm like, how does this happen? I mean, I'm the last to know. Like I said, that's why I talk about how Recap be on it, how he be knowing everything because he be tuned in. I'm like, dude, I thought the Knicks had a chance to get freaking someone like a Torrey Craig. Then I find out he's on Boston. I was sick. I'm like, how does this happen? Like, what the hell's going on here? But whatever. You know, the rich get richer, man. This is nuts. Torrey Craig might not even play for Boston. Like, they got so much going on. Like, I don't even see when they might use him here and there, but I mean, come on, man. Jeez, that's called good defense. Keep them away from your opponent. Smart. Can't be mad at it.
Well,
all right,
he's gonna help their team in like the practice thing. You know, once they getting prepared for the playoffs, like that, him being in the locker room, you know.
The Knicks could use him right now. He's going to be a practice squad dude to help them get better out there.
Yeah.
It's wild. Whatever. Before I get over to recap, let me see. Let me see if this person is ready back there. I think this person is ready. So this is dope too, because this person has been on SKF Weekly with myself and John before, but so busy and so much going on, and kudos to everything this person has built and created, because it is synonymous. Like, people make a big deal about what's going on over there now, but this person has a lot to do with it. And you know, I talk about how Recap is always on. This person is always on too. They're both always on. I'm like, okay, if I go here, I know I'm gonna get something from this person. And if I go here, I know I almost gave it away. God damn it. I know I'm gonna get something from Recap. So shout out to, you know, one of the best content creators that we have on a specific platform. Does a fantastic job. Has even branched out and has another show doing with somebody very special to the Knicks community and behind the scenes. What? Who's waiting anymore? Let me just welcome her to the show. Charlotte is in the building. Let's go.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone. Happy I could make this. Thank you for the invite. That introduction was really, really nice. So Ron, thank you to you for that great introduction. I do not deserve that much credit. But yeah.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes, you do. I mean, everybody knows that if you follow Twitter, Twitter is a wild place. It's like the wild, wild west over there. Yes. You're gonna get some stuff.
Yes.
But there's some stuff that you can rely on. And Let's Talk Knicks is a spot that you're gonna listen. You go there to find out about the Knicks, you're gonna hear about the Knicks. At least you know that's gonna happen over there. So shout out to Charlotte for putting together a really good platform. Appreciate all you've done. And I love the fact that you're here right now. And I love the growth that you've had with everything you've been doing, with all, your outside stuff that you've got going on from school to everything that's, blessed you. Because I remember when Charlotte was on our show, Charlotte wasn't showing her face. She was incognito. So it's dope to see Charlotte out and about. I appreciate it.
The funny story is, like, people ask me all the time, like, why did you never show your face? Like, why did it take you 2 years? And I also wanted to show my face on, like, one of the Knick platforms just to, give them growth and give back to the community, which I think is really important. But one of the reasons why is because I feel like we're in like Twitter, if anyone's listening, that it's male dominated. Like, I felt like I wasn't going to be accepted by the community. Yeah, I went through some rough patches. Yeah, like I made mistakes and I've grown from it. But yeah, I think that Twitter is a crazy place. Genuinely, like, I have a couple projects coming up that I'm really excited about in the next week that we're going to be announcing that it's big for the Knicks community, because I feel like the problem right now that we have is, like, everyone wants to be engaged and everyone wants to interact with the players and everyone wants to do this stuff. But I think I can serve as like that buffer between, and that's what I've been trying to do. I have a new podcast with Christian Winfield, who's a Knicks beat reporter. So want to try and get content creators on there since he's a Knicks beat reporter. So you can be face-to-face with a Knicks beat reporter and ask him questions, which would be cool. So yeah, there's just a lot of ideas that I have that I'm exploring, and I'm excited to talk about All-Star Weekend with you guys.
Dope. This is great. So because you are here now, I just want to get your take on the current question and then go straight to recap. Okay. Which is, so we already know that Mitch is hopefully going to be on his way here soon, but we know that the Knicks are most likely going to be adding TJ Warren to the mix.
Yeah.
But it was just a choice. Like, if you had a choice between what you think this Knicks team needs, which would be like a 6'7", 6'8" player that is either offensive based or defensive based, what do you think they need more than the other? Which would you have preferred?
Wait, the choices are 6'8".
No, he can be 6'7", 6'8", meaning that's who he's going to be either way. But either he's an offensive based person or more of a defensive based person.
I think, if you look at Knick games right now, the biggest thing that everyone's talking about is the 3-point defense and the way that players are just driving in the paint because we're lacking Mitch and a paint presence with paint production. So I think what I would have loved to see is like them trade for someone like a Santi Aldama from the Grizzlies or like a Patrick Williams from the Chicago Bulls. Those are type players that I think could fit really well with the Knicks. I know there were some rumors about them with Kobe White. I did not understand that, just because like we have a plethora of guards. You have a rookie and Tyler Kolek, who, in my opinion, in 2 years could be a backup point guard, like a really good backup point guard. I think he needs more time, but also, why not look down the bench, Bakome Daddier? Christian Winfield and I were talking about this. If he was playing from the start of the season till now, he might have been the wing that the Knicks needed off the bench by now. Maybe they don't need to be exploring TJ Warren. The only problem with TJ Warren is, since he's almost like I think he has like a certain amount of years, his contract is a lot of money. Like, you don't have that money. Right now, they're about $340,000 around near that second apron, which they do not want to be going to. So, like, it gets complicated with the money. But after March 1st, the contract, it doesn't hit towards their cap. So for anyone that doesn't understand that, basically TJ Warren is like a 10-year vet. So the problem is his contract is a lot of money. But I think that, I think TJ Warren, the problem is with his defense, and that's why Thibodeau probably from the beginning of the season wasn't too interested in him, because of his defense is pretty horrid. But yeah, I would have loved to see a tall wing like off the bench, because when they send Cat to the bench and Ariel Hukporti, who I'm so thankful is playing minutes now, they really lack like a long wing between OG's injury and Mikal still finding his footing. I would have loved to see at the trade deadline, get some wing, get a tall wing. I don't think Mitch, I feel like the report, like I know Recap reported it on the other day, shout out to him, but like the reports are changing every day. Like I feel like nobody really knows what's going on. Like I've told people at LTK, they're like, oh, should we post this? I'm like, we're not posting anything, because like there's no point, because it changes like the weather in New York City. It's raining one day, it's snowing the other, it's sunny the other. Like you don't know what's happening. I don't know what happened with Mitch. I'm expecting him back probably like mid-March at this point. There's no way he's coming back by March 1st. There's no way. By the time, I know Ian Bagley said this on Sports Night I was watching last night, like he said, if by Thursday when they come back and they play that Chicago game and Mitch is still not playing 5-on-5, it's something to be concerned about. That's his words. So like, I think it's really concerning that Mitch is not, like we see these videos on Instagram. He's very active he's very like emotional on social media, but like, it's very concerning that he's basically sitting out the entire season for 2 ankle surgeries. First one we knew about, and the second one we didn't. But I would have liked to answer your question. I think that I would have loved to see a tall wing. Long winded, but makes sense.
I got you. Okay. No, that's fine. And listen, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, taking the time to join us. Shout out to you. And Recap, my brother, what's your thoughts, man? Who
my guy? Well, first of all, I didn't say hi to everybody who's new here, so shout out to Gavin. I see Gavin all the time on my feed. You always come up. You're always gonna come up my feed. We do the same thing all the time. So, but I appreciate you. I love you, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. I love your breakdowns. Iru, my guy, I gotta find you, bro. You're somewhere around me. I gotta find you. You're close by. I know that for a fact.
We live in a building right next to each other, man.
I never seen him once yet.
I can come outside and call your name. Yo, Recap.
I bet you I hear him right. And Charlie, we already know what you do. Shout out to you and everything else that you do with your platform. And I love your show with Christian Winfield. I love the inside tidbits you guys do together. And definitely follow her YouTube channel as well on that as well. So shout out to everybody else. For me,
not to cut you off, but that is crazy. Yeah. It's snowing in New York City, by the way, guys. Yeah. Okay.
When is it not snow? Snowing yesterday, the day before that, on Monday. I've been shoveling my car out of snow for I don't even know how many days. I'm tired. All right. I shouldn't be shoveling this much. I'm in New York for a reason. All right. I thought it was global warming. I thought I wasn't supposed to see no more snow. So I don't know what's going on over here, but I got a problem that I don't like it. So anyways, going back to the people that we could get, there was one player that I wanted, right? And we go back to people that we talk about adding, right? I'm not going to talk about people we can trade for because I know the man. I know Leon Rose, right? Leon Rose is always going to look at cost before anything else. So he looks at low cost before anything. So I always look at Westchester before anything else. We had the player. We had the player on Westchester that we lost, right? And for me, that was Chuma Okeke. That was the player. He's the guy that does basically everything that you want a player to do. You talk about offense and defense, right? You don't have to choose with him. He does both. He's a walking triple-double nearly in the G League, and those things are translatable. And newsflash, and I'm doing a video on this at 5, Chuma was recently waived by the 76ers. So you can go out and you can sign him now if you want to go ahead and do that. My thing is, again, to Charlotte's point, they have until March 1st, right? They have to wait. Now, that's for certain players like a TJ because of all the money he makes. There are certain other players you don't got to wait that long for, especially if you do some maneuvers now before you want to go after that player. DeLon Wright is not seeing a second on this floor. And if Chuma is available, younger, 6'7", athletic, can rebound, can defend, can do everything you need him to do, essentially Josh Hart 2.0, please get my man on the bench and let's call it a done deal because that's what we need right now. He is the classic Tom Thibodeau guy. You want a 3-and-D guy? Chuma's your guy. And he's basically free right now. Cost efficient.
Can't be mad at that. I mean, that makes sense, especially when you know that the Knicks are not in a war chest of money. They don't have a lot of different things they can pull from. So you got to work with what they got. I mean,
they would have to wait for a KK too. So, but I know people are talking
February
about
though, right, Fritz? Wasn't it end of February?
28th or March 1st.
Yeah.
If Fitz, if they buy out Delando, don't they have more access to more money to get him?
Technically,
they still don't have enough.
Technically, but with their cap situation, they'd waive DeLon, right, and then also only
they don't have to pay him.
They don't have to pay. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They also let Damian Baugh, who's now with the Charlotte Hornets, leave too. So there's a lot of talent.
Yeah, I don't need no guards. I just need size. You can't give me Moses Brown. You can't give me TJ, who's 6'8". You can't give me Chuma, who's 6. You got to give me DeLon Wright, who's 6'5", 32 years old, and played barely half a minute. No, thank you, man. No, thank you.
I don't know why, but
I mean, we're a world class organization. We're about putting Sims in the right place. And I think
there you go.
What they need to do.
That's what I think it was. It was a gift for Sims, Fritz. That's what I think it was.
I hope he does well in Milwaukee. Genuinely, I hope he plays well, and I hope he gets an actual opportunity. Because as Josh and Jalen said on the roommates this week, that he has it. He has a great rim protector, but he just has to work on the offensive game. And I think that the Knicks were done waiting for him to develop.
Yeah.
They gave him an opportunity. You can't say that the Knicks didn't give Jericho all the opportunity to succeed in the situation.
We also got to throw out he's the same age as Mitchell Robinson and Isaiah Hartenstein. So I think we all, or at least I would always think of him and be like, yeah, Jericho Sims, up and coming prospect, and you're like, no, he can rent a car without any help. So
that's a good point. Good point. Tony, your thoughts, man? The more offensive wing or defensive wing?
Shout out to Charlotte, Gavin. Eru, my guy. Recap. I don't know how you be getting this information, but Okiki, I feel the same way. So the fact that he's available again, he's the guy that I was looking at more than TJ Warren. I know a lot of people was high on TJ Warren, but I felt like not only all the attributes that you mentioned, he still has some upside. I think he still has some untapped potential, and knowing that Tibbs tends to bring the best out of guys, I thought he was ideal. I also thought my preference in the beginning of the year was Mook over Shamet, and then Shamet, we went with Shamet, but I feel like he's just been a disappointment. I think he's been better defensively than I thought and I anticipated, but what I thought we were getting was a knockdown shooter, and he hasn't lived up to that hype. So if we're to answer your question directly, I would have went with offense if it's a knockdown shooter, because I think that's one thing that we are missing. And if we're going to talk about competing with Boston, I think we need to be more efficient from the 3-point line. So if we could have got a tall 6'7" guy that could shoot the ball and shoot it well.
You mean Matt Ryan? That's what
you're talking about? So you mean like
that? I mean Matt Ryan again. Has he lived up to the hype?
Yeah,
no, he hasn't really had the full opportunity. You know what I mean? But I think
got an opportunity.
Right.
I also think you get your opportunity when you show what you can do in practice with Tibbs. So even though I'm not in the practice, I'm assuming he hasn't lived up to the hype in practice either.
Right. Yeah.
He don't play defense. That's why he can't play. He don't play. He was chased off the floor. He was running for his life, could not catch anybody, and that's why he got checked out of the game and never ever came back. And the only reason he's on a two-way right now is because we can't give that contract to anybody else. If we could give it to somebody else, we would. There's nobody else we can give that contract to, so we stuck with him.
That's a fact.
And as far as Okiki, again, waiting. It's not about waiting for Okiki. It's about, is he gonna wait for us? You know what I mean? Like he
true, but he's still getting bounced around, bro. Like everywhere he goes, you think that he's gonna stay. Oh no.
I mean, if another opportunity comes, I don't think he's gonna wait. You know what I mean? So
and he's okay with it. Yeah, he's staying. All right. Well, let me get around a couple more people, and then I got one last thing for Charlotte because I know she's got to get out of here. Jay Ellis, my brother, what do you think?
I said it all pretty much, but like it's 3 and D for me, man. You don't even have to be able to create. Can you shoot the three? Can you play defense? A lot of the names that y'all mentioned, we've kind of talked about before, whether it be Torrey Craig, who, you know, this cap stuff is it's a big learning curve, because I'm like, yeah, Torrey Craig, and then they're like, oh, the Knicks, you know, they can only sign somebody under $5 million after they've been waived. I'm like, all right, he makes under $5 million, that's good. And he's like, oh no, because now they got to wait until Friday until we can sign them. And for some reason, the Celtics was able to do it before Friday, so we lost out on Torrey Craig. So now I'm throwing my hands up, like, okay, well, that's where I'm at. Like, okay, cool. Then you go, okay, let's get a young player. Become Daddy. You got. But then when you think about the young players in the G League, as much praise as I do give Tibbs, the one knock on him that is glaring to me is, like, if we do have a prospect who can shoot threes and play defense and he's a little bit raw, he's not going to play him. He's just not going to do it. So I see people get excited about him, and I go, that's going to be nice for next year. This year, he's not going to see any burn in the playoffs. In the last 30 games, he's going to be on the bench. As a lot of reason why I even talk about next year might be more of the year than this year is because of that, and also because of the Mitch situation. That stuff will play out. Mitch's value is the all-time low right now, so even trading him, people was like, oh, well, they can trade him for a piece. Like, teams probably want a pick. That's what I heard from Ian. They want a pick attached to Mitch, because his injury situation is so in flux that it doesn't behoove us to move him right now when he's at his all-time low. So it's like we have to wait for a lot of things to materialize, and kind of pretty much ride with what we have this season. That's the way I kind of see it right now. Like, we just got to ride with what we have this season.
Makes sense. I mean, that's the position we've been put in. But even though, you know, everybody likes to be a part of the sweepstakes, let's not forget we've already had a lot of love. We got OG Anunoby here. We got Mikal Bridges here. We got Cat. Like, Knicks have been making moves. So, guys, we may not be able to make the moves when everybody else can do it, but we've done it. So we can't be mad at it. Sometimes this is the and let's not forget we fleeced them to get Cat. You know, the NBA is still mad at us over that. So we got to take the good with what it is. Fritz, your thoughts?
I think with the deadline, what happened was the most likely scenario that the Knicks weren't going to get anything at the deadline. I think our best buying power is this summer, so I don't think the Knicks were going to jeopardize this summer by doing something so short-sighted. When it comes to now, with that 15th roster spot, I am holding out hope that Toronto does Chris Boucher a solid and let him go. Once what's called gets up there, Brandon Ingram gets situated. So I'm just hoping they do him a solid. He's been sitting on the bench, letting young boys play. So
that would be nice. I like Boucher. I like him. Yeah, he definitely cooks the Knicks. I like him though. Yeah, he would be good. I think that's and going back to what Charlotte said before, I think that's kind of what it is. The Knicks started to target people that we get cooked by. That's why the Kobe White thing came up, because we can't stop that young man. But whatever. Sha, what's your thoughts, brother? You know, did you have a choice between one or the other, the defensive wing or the offensive wing?
I've been talking about since January about small forward in the second unit. And like Recap said, I was heavy on Kiki. I wanted him there. I thought even in the beginning of the year when Shaman was hurt, we should have brought him up and gave him a shot. Shaman's been playing pretty good defense recently. He's starting to come around a little bit, shooting the ball a little bit better. And I mean, but he as a Knicks fan, that's not what you want to see right now. I think Kiki would have fit the spot, 6'7" guy. He has defensive chops. He scored the basketball with the three. Could defend against the best, and he also played against Orlando. I mean, he played with Orlando not too long ago, and that could be a team that we see coming down the stretch. And I mean, it could be a team. So, you know, just to have that having him there, knowing how Orlando plays, not that make it. We haven't had a bad run with Orlando this year, but just to have him in the cubby hole. That's who I was looking at. Torrey Craig, another name out there. The guy from Brooklyn, Dorian Finney-Smith, was another name that was out there that was pretty heavy on, someone that could fit that small forward position in the second unit, that could give us some defense, plus have an offensive presence. That's where I was really at, and I was heavy on Kiki. I thought he would be a perfect guy, and now hearing that he has this guy waived, hopefully we can make a deal to probably get him back over here. I'm not opposed to TJ Warren, but that's not the guy that I really want to see. Knowing TJ, he can score the basketball with the best of them. He can shoot the lights out with the best of them, but his defense is almost like Evan Fournier, turnstile type of defense. He's not a great defender. Kiki, on the other hand, great defender, great hands, can grab rebounds, can shoot the shot, and can get out on the break. Younger, and I like that. What Fritz just said about the guy coming from the Raptors, I would love to see him here too, because we are smaller in stature and in size. But where we fit him, I guess we would make room for him. With him coming over here, that means Mitch may be starting. You know what I mean? That means Mitch may be in the starting unit, and Boucher and Precious will be in the backcourt with Shamuth, Payne, and Shamuth, Payne, and Deuce. And I mean, so that if he was to come over here, I think Mitch would be starting next to Cat. And then again, I can't even say that, because if we put Mitch in the starting unit, we have to put Josh Hart in the second unit, and that makes a whole nother world of things that we have to think about and who we're going to play and how we're going to work that out. So my biggest thing was a small forward in the second unit, and I thought it would have been Kiki would have been a nice acquisition if we could have got him.
Yeah. I mean, listen, and that's the thing. Like, unfortunately, the Knicks are in a situation where they got a lot of question marks, a lot of guys that could contribute if given the chance. But then there's some guys. See, that's why it makes it difficult, right? Because there's different guys that might deserve a chance, but if you give the wrong guy a chance, he swallows up time, and it's a waste of, it's waste. And then, it with a guy like Tom Thibodeau, it kind of puts him behind, like, I just opened this up and I gave this guy blah, 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 blah. It didn't work out. So he's less willing to give the next young guy some time. He's like, I just got to go with what I know. And I he's a creature of habit. But I do think Kiki's interesting. And when the Knicks first picked him up, I was like, I don't know what they're going to do with this young fella, but I like his skill set. And just even so the difference between, I always make a big deal about G League stuff because they don't play no damn defense in the G League. The G League is disgusting. But when you see somebody's skill set and they do certain things, like if you check all the boxes, if you play defense, if you can fill up the ancillary stats, that's my word. Give me assists, give me rebounds, and you can shoot the rock pretty good, and you got good height. Like, that's different. I respect that. That's different. So I'm like, I don't know. We'll see what the Knicks do, but I don't mind Okiki. I don't mind TJ Warren. I know what he can do, but my whole thing and my knock on TJ Warren has always been the same thing. Right now, he's looked good, but he's in the G League. Right now, he's looked healthy, but he's in the G League. He's not getting pushed. He's not getting pressed. This is the G League defense. Bring him back up in the NBA and start giving him some meaningful minutes. Maybe we see Teflon Don. I don't know, but I'm hoping for the best. Whatever happens, I'm hoping for the best. We need whatever we get to add to this team. We need. So I'm hoping for the best. Like I said, let me bring this guy to the stage. He is not really new to the Knicks community, but he's new to the Knicks community mix, like our mix that we got going on, and he's been fantastic. The one thing I can say about this community is there's so many diverse, talented content creators, but it's not just the level of diversity, it's also the mindset. What people try to focus on in normal content creation, people think a little bit differently. How can I approach this a little bit differently? How can I get you to think about something a little bit differently than we normally do? And it spurs really good conversation. And so I really applaud and appreciate this gentleman right here for doing that with his platform. And he just adds to the mix. We got so much talent up here. It's phenomenal. You've seen him recently on my show, or should I say mine, John's show. Sorry, John. SKF Weekly. He's been on a couple times, and I've been on his show. And we have really great spirited conversations, and I think it's always fantastic when we can do that. So shout out to him for his platform and everything he's got going on. I appreciate him taking the time to join me. I know everybody was very busy today, but I thank you all for making the time to be here. Shout out to my guy, the objective Knicks fan in the building. Salute to you, my brother.
Salute.
My guy.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I had a crazy Saturdays is crazy because Saturdays is the family day for me. So I had some running around to do, but I managed to get back. That's why I texted you. I said, I hope you guys are still on, just so I could come in and say hello to the people and see what's up.
Yeah, man. No, appreciate you and thank you for being here. I'm not going to be on much longer. I told people it's like a 3:30 window. So, but I want to take but you're fine. I want to take this time to definitely pick your brain and get this next, because this is the big question of the day for everybody here. Second half thoughts and expectations, man. How you feeling? And before I ask you that, real quick, we already went through all this.
Mm-hmm.
You think the Knicks can win 55 games?
Oh yeah.
That's easy.
We did a show on that. We predicted that, from the start of the season. We did a level-headed Knicks talk. And some people were saying 60 games. I wasn't as confident in 60 games. But we definitely at least tracking to win more than 50, because we're still performing at a better clip than we did last year.
Right.
Even though the competition has got better, we still have raised our level of play as well. So I think that for sure. 55 is definitely in play. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And let me get your second half thoughts and expectations, and I'll get around to everybody. That'll be our final thing before we get out of here. I got you, Parrish. He's like, I dare you to ask me, Ron, about the 6'7", 6'8" wing. No, I'm not asking you because we know who you're talking about now.
I hear Jimmy Butler one more time, Parrish. One more time, Parrish.
No, it's okay. We don't need to hear that guy's name again. Thank you, Parrish. Go ahead, objective.
Oh, my second half thoughts?
Yeah, second half thoughts, expectations, what you're looking for the team.
Well, I'm looking forward to the narrative changing on our bench. I think that now that Mitchell Robinson should be back, hopefully, it's looking really good. And honestly, I feel really confident knowing that a lot of the delay has been mostly on him mentally, getting his mind right. So that way he's ready to rock and roll, because it's definitely a mental aspect to it, especially when you're getting hurt as much as he has. But I think OG Anunoby will be back. His injury is not too serious. So I'm curious to see what the new rotation will be, whether Mitch starts, whether Precious stays in the starting lineup, or I think the starting lineup should stay the same, honestly, and then you can make adjustment as the games go on. But I'm curious to see, the narrative change in that this bench is a good bench. It's just that it was an injured bench. We didn't expect Precious Achiuwa to be out for as long as he was out. Remember, we're supposed to just be 2 to 5 weeks or something like that. He was out 2 months. Landry Shamet dislocated his shoulder. He was somebody that they had high hopes for, and that's why they signed him. And then, of course, Mitchell Robinson, we thought he would be back a lot sooner. So now we're finally getting the bench to near 100%. And I really do think this bench has potential, and it's going to take a lot of pressure off of guys like OG Anunoby, especially. Even though I think Mikal can really handle the grind, I still don't like to see him playing 30, leading the league in minutes. I expect all of those guys' minutes to drop a little bit. And I just expect like I said, I just can't wait for them to say on NBC, oh, they actually do have a pretty good bench. And I think that's what's going to happen when you start to see, when you have Precious, look at how he's performing in the starting lineup. Now you move him to the bench, and that production, of course, less minutes, it'll drop a little bit, but they're playing well. That's my point. So I expect the bench to be a lot tougher. I also expect the defense to be a little bit better. Right now, we're 21st in the league defensively in rating. I would love to get it closer to 10. I'm not sure if we can crack the top 10, but if we could get it to 12, maybe 13, the worst, that's a big improvement. So that's what I'm looking forward to the second half of the season.
I like that. I'm with you on that. That works. Listen, man, I'm hoping for a very promising second half. I think things are gonna, work in our favor. As Knicks fans, we have our little pessimistic moments, but in the end, I think we'll be very satisfied with what it turns out to be. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate all you guys, all 204 plus that are here. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Hopefully you're subscribed as well to one of the best
Everybody
shows.
on the screen. Everybody on the screen.
Yeah. So one
Every
of the best
one of these great podcasters.
I have all of these great content creators up here with me. And please show your love to everyone that you might have seen. I know some of y'all are getting familiar with some new faces and stuff. So please show your love to all. I mean, it's all great content, man. I would not steer you wrong. I think you'd be very excited to, if you're just finding them, you're gonna, appreciate it later. So thank you to everybody who's here, and shout out to the whole panel. Normally I go through everybody, but this show is different. So appreciate everybody out there, all of y'all. Jay, the chosen one, appreciate you, my brother. Yeah, man. Recap. What's your thoughts, man? Second half expectations, or what you feel like is going to happen, or what are you looking for too?
Well, like I said, I think I started it off. I said the Knicks. We could definitely get to a point where we're winning games based off of the talent that we have. A lot of times I feel like the effort during games isn't as spread across as I'd like it to be. We're playing 1, 2, 3 quarters and then stop at the fourth. You can kind of see that at times with the score in some of these quarters, right? Where sometimes, we'll drop 41 on them and then it will allow them to then drop 41 on us. That for me is not the way you want to win against the team. Like the Hawks game, for instance, right? Up 18 points, then drop back down to the lead, get it back up to 10, and then drop it to the point where they can tie it, get overtime, and then they take the lead in overtime. My heart sank into my chest. I don't like moments like that. It's the same thing when we were on that winning streak and we were in OT with the Wizards, right? The who? The Wizards? The Wizards put us in OT? Like there's certain situations you don't want to be in. That's what I want to see the Knicks start to change, because that's what we need to change in this next half here. We didn't get the wins we were more or less supposed to get last time around, right? We needed more wins like that. We needed no signature wins. You could say the Denver win, the Houston win, some of those other wins. I consider those signature. I can give you some of those. But there are some that we should have won that we didn't. We don't talk about those. Moving forward, we got a couple of games that we need to absolutely win. And in February, there are 2 I'm looking at really. Cleveland and Boston. I want those games more than anything on this planet, because those are statement wins. You're asking me what I want this team to do moving forward? It's get those games, take those games, and stop when you're getting to those games, not giving the effort that you need to give as a championship contender. I'll end it like this. We have the talent to be considered a championship contender. Right. We don't play like one, though. That's it.
Oh, that's a fair point. I mean, that's a realistic look at it. I mean, that's a fair point. I can buy that. Appreciate that. Gavin, what's your thoughts, man? How you feel about the second half of the season? Any expectations? What you looking for?
Recap stole a lot of words from my mouth. I'm totally on the same page as him. I think it is about establishing a ceiling for this team, and this is not like I mean look at the record on the year right there. 0-5 against Cleveland, Boston, OKC, 36-13 against everyone else. Something like 22-1 against they've dominated against teams under 500. We know they can do that in their sleep. I need to see the ceiling, and I go back to that first half against Oklahoma City where we saw a Cat like they tried to get him isolated and pick and roll, and I thought that was the best we've seen Mikal Bridges look all year in screen navigation. I thought that was the best we've seen OG Anunoby look all year as like a help side rim protector and rotating over and helping, and especially when Jalen Williams was out of the game, coming over and helping on Shea. Like Cat held his own the few times he was on an island, and that gives me hope that this version of the Knicks, whether it's this year or not, I personally don't think it's going to be this year, that they could eventually win a title, but you want to start seeing an inkling of that. And that to me means you're competitive against the Celtics. Cleveland, I think we match up with really well. Like the first game of the season, I don't think the Knicks played particularly good in that game. Jalen Brunson kind of turned to ISO ball, and yet they lost that game 110-104, right? Like I don't see any reason why we can't compete with the Cavs, especially those 2 games in April. I want to see how Mitchell Robinson looks, because you go back 2 years, he was arguably the best guy on the floor in that series. So That is incredibly important to me. And then to Objective's point, like I need to see Tom Thibodeau lean into the bench a little bit more. You asked earlier, what's the biggest surprise? Campaign has probably been the biggest surprise of the year. Like I was not a Campaign guy. I did not think he was like a contender quality backup point guard. He's been great the last few weeks. When Mitchell Robinson's back, like he can give you that 18 minutes a game. Ideally, whether it's Okiki, whether it's Warren, whether it's Pacome Dadia getting another chance, they find a wing that can give you a few minutes. When Recap's talking about those stretches of games where they seem to lose focus and inexplicably these teams, they're dramatically better than are competitive with them. I think that is a product of the fact that all these guys are playing crazy minutes. Some of you might be anti-minutes. Please discourse. Right. I totally respect it. I thought last year that was, I don't know if you can curse on this, but I thought it was a BS narrative a year ago. I think this year it's a real thing. And I think the physical and the mental load of that is such that you see Josh Hart getting killed backdoor. Like you see Mikal Bridges, pretty good defense on Trae Young in the first half, completely fall apart in the second half. Karl Anthony Towns so inconsistent night to night, quarter to quarter on the defensive end. I think with less minutes, more times on the bench, maybe even some off nights for these guys, I think there's a world where we get more consistency and we see a team that not only has a higher peak, but has a higher floor. So I want to see both those things. Again, I don't know if that leads to a championship this year. I just want to know that it's in there.
No, that's a good take, Gavin. I agree with a lot of what you said there, because we've already noticed that you give the Knicks starters, especially some rest, you already see the production has gone up, right? Yep. So now all the people are like, I remember that somebody had said, man, we have a good team. We're just not as talented as other people. I'm like, what? No, we're talented. They need rest. And you can see how some of that talent starts to come out again. It's no coincidence that all of a sudden when Thibodeau started to play a little bit more of the bench, spell these guys a couple minutes here and there. He started off small, and then it turned into a little bit more of a regimen. That not only did Mikal start playing better defensively, OG started to find his shot finally. Then things started to happen, and the Knicks just started to play a little bit better basketball. So anyway, I
got to bounce, guys, but I really appreciate you having me. It was great to see you guys. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you,
bro. We'll do something together soon. Bye, guys.
Locked on Knicks.
Locked on Knicks.
Thank you. Peace, guys.
Later, Gavin.
So Eru, your thoughts, man? Second half stuff that you got, expectations about or what have you?
Well, I agree with everybody's saying, especially what Recap was hinting at. Just there's a lot of things. I just say on paper, the Knicks have a fantastic team. You can go down the line for like each player and what they do individually with the reputation and stuff like that they bring to the table. Even Tom Thibodeau and the coaching staff. There's a lot of things that we have that we do on paper that's really good. But just watching the season throughout the season, we could score 140 something one game, and then we can barely score the next game. We play an excellent defense one night, and the next night we look like we can't even guard us out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's been a frustrating season. I want to say, me personally, as a content creator, doing watch-alongs and then things of that nature, I feel like I'm burnt out a little bit with the Knicks, because there's a lot of things that we should not be doing at this stage of the game, regardless if we think it's a new team or not. Like this just like the wing stop. We have good perimeter defenders, but it's just not translating, night in, night out. So just as far as the second half, I'm looking at it almost like a training camp kind of thing, because we need Mitchell Robinson back. We're gonna have to see what he's gonna bring to the table. Even Josh Hart was talking about on the Roommates podcast that there could be some lineups where we could possibly start this guy. He didn't even put himself in the starting lineup. He was saying that other guys can start at certain points. I can come off the bench, or we can go this. So even the team itself, I feel like they don't really. They're still trying to figure things out too. So, I'm the second half. I'm gonna be looking at it more as like a training camp. Like I'm gonna be scouting my own team. The Knicks, to see how they grow now with like Mitchell Robinson coming. Like I said, possibly bringing in another player like at the beginning of March or whatever. If we do that. Because I want to see how they can put this rotation together, how Tom Thibodeau is going to make those adjustments and things of that nature, man. But definitely burnt out right now with the Knicks, because like I said, on paper, I think we could do some things. I believe in my Knicks, I believe that what they can do, but there's a lot of things that we do that just drives me freaking crazy. It's to the point where I can't even get mad. It's like your kids. Like, your kid might be a little bit touched. He might be a little retarded or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So you kind of just give him grace. Man. I know he's like, I know he's this way, so I'm not going to yell at him too much, because I can expect certain things. That's how I feel about the Knicks. I feel like, they're right there. I know what they can do, and they're making mistakes and stuff like that. I can't even get mad like how I did in the past. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so anyway, that's just my thought process there. I'm just really looking forward to starting fresh in the second half and just scouting my Knicks and just seeing where we can take it this year going forward.
No, I mean, yeah, it works. That works. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ebru. Before I get over to Jay Ellis, let me just read this from Andios. He said to the panel, I just wanted to say a huge thank you for all the hard work you put into creating such amazing videos. Your dedication and creativity always brings a smile to my face and to many others. Appreciate you, Andios. Thank you. And thank you for not only your platform on social media, on Instagram, and everything you do to big up the Knicks team and, you know, fellow fans all around. Love the stuff that you do and put together. But thank you to the person you are in support of, you know, being a great moderator for a lot of our shows, man. You're always big us, always, man. So appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. All right, Jay Ellis, my brother.
Ooh, it's hard going like 30th when no.
I know, man, but that's why, like on a normal show, I can't do this. But not everybody. But when I got content creators up here who already got it up here, I know y'all already got it.
It's tough because we all long-winded, you know. Interrupting. People keep interrupting too. So,
like for me, it's always been about the defense. It's like we're top 2 offensive rating, number 18 defensive rating. So to me, it's always kind of just been when and how are we going to be consistent defensively from game to game. So that's one of the things I've been looking at. But then also, like I'm also looking at the big picture, the championship. So I'm looking at the big matchups. And like, unfortunately, like the way the rest of the schedule is set up, like we have the Celtics right after All-Star break. And I'm just like that's the one to have a circle. We have the Celtics right after All-Star break, and then we have the Celtics like right before we're into the playoff session. So like I really crave for that test to see where we're at, because I did not like the way we lost to the Celtics, and I did not like the way we lost to OKC the second game. Because to me, when I'm looking at this team, there's like the offense, right? And there's the defense, and then there's the intangibles. And the intangibles to me are mentally, how do you approach the game? Mentally, when you're getting your ass whooped, like, do you feel confident to say that, you know, I can come back and we can kill these guys? And you've seen that in Jalen Brunson, but I haven't seen it in like all of the guys, especially like the last Celtics game. Like Brunson is over here fighting for his life. He's dropping 30, he's dropping 40, he's playing defense, best defense I've seen him play all freaking year. And then there's guys who are scared to shoot. There's guys who are scared to make a mistake, and this is against the Celtics. So it's like that's one of those growth moments that you need from your team to go, okay, we're going from a good team to a contention team. And it's not like I'm not worried about a lot of these teams for most of the schedule. I'm like, to be honest with you, like I feel like we're like a top 5 team in the league, really, and like we need to be not even the Cavs. Like the way we lost to the Cavs when we first played them, I feel like we lost to the Cavs when Brunson got injured for 5 minutes. They took the lead, and then we couldn't come back. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm not even necessarily afraid of the Cavs as good as the Cavs has been. Maybe I'm being naive because they've been playing better this year, but I'm really worried about the Celtics. But until then, everybody to me is a practice game. Can we be better defensively for 48 minutes and keep that sustainability? Can we move the ball? Can we score against switching defenses? Because we've had struggle at that at times, even though we've gotten better during the season. So those are the things I've been looking for this season, for the rest of the season anyway.
Mute, Ron, mute.
Shoot. Yeah, me, because I got noise in the background. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to keep the show as, you know, my bad. Yeah, but no, that's a good point. I agree. You guys are saying a lot of stuff, making my final thoughts very interesting. I'm like, what am I going to say here? Yeah, good second half. Go team.
My guys, man, I gotta head out, but I wanted to say thank you guys for having me. Appreciate you.
Salute.
Love the show. I love the idea of this stuff. All of you guys, at some point in time, I do a different type of show on my end with content creators, one-on-one. We talk to fans, we engage and stuff like that. I want to get one of you guys on at some point in time just to, you know, collab with me and do some things like that. I love that we can talk like this on platforms like this. So shout out to Ron for even setting this up. Anybody who watching, anybody who's not subscribed already, hit that subscribe button. Please smash the like button for your man Ron and get yourself on this guy's platform. Appreciate you guys, man. I'm out.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks,
Salute.
Recap.
Appreciate you.
Tony.
My
Yes,
guy.
sir. Yo, what's your thoughts, bro? What's your second half expectations? What you looking forward to, bro?
I definitely agree with everything that was said so far. Like Jay Ellis said, I'm not really concerned with a lot of the teams down the stretch. History has shown with Tibbs and the Knicks, we end this season strong.
Yep.
So I think that trend should continue. Defense should get better, even if it's moderately better, you know, because the thing with Mitchell Robinson coming back, that, you know, he still has to condition himself. He's never played with Cat. He's never played with Bridges. He's never played with, you know what I mean, Shamit, or, you know, some of these guys. So it's still a learning curve, but I'm expecting the defense to continue to improve. But one of the things, a couple of things that I really want to see is, and hopefully it's this year, you know what I mean, and not next year and beyond, but us taking advantage of mismatches, right? Bridges, we've seen him post up Trae Young and dominate that first game against the Hawks. That last game against the Hawks, we didn't see it at all. Like, why? You seeing smaller guys guarding Cat in the post. Sometimes he's taking advantage of it, but not as much as I think he could and should. So we got to figure out how to utilize all the different mismatches and advantages that we have night in and night out, because they're going to change game to game. So we got to pinpoint them and target guys. And I think that's going to be a huge, make a huge difference for us. Can we run some games through Cat? You know what I mean? I think that will open things up even more for Brunson. I think Cat is, like we talked about, the biggest surprises. Cat's toughness, I didn't expect coming into the season. I thought that was going to be an area that we lost some of our mojo at, and it doesn't seem to be the case with him in particular. And his passing was, I knew he was a good passer. I didn't know he was as good as he is. We can utilize that as a weapon, as a hub. You know what I mean? So can we do those type of things? Because I think that's when we really become an even more dominant offensive team. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping for, us to pinpoint these mismatches and then expose them. I think that can make us, you know, top 2 in the league. And I agree that we could have beat Cleveland that first game, and I also think we could have beat OKC that first game. I think we lost that one down the stretch. I think Brunson took that matchup a little personal down the stretch, that particular game, the first one, and went away from what was I felt like we was dominating that game, and Brunson kind of went away from that and tried to take over. So that's just a learning curve thing where he's got to figure out when it's time to take over, when it's time to utilize the mismatches and my surrounding teammates. But that comes with time. So yeah, but I'm confident down the stretch. You know, 55. That's the target. We might surpass it.
I like it. Fritz.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to Tom Thibodeau to stop using point differential as a unit of measurement. I think we need to get back to playing defense. Hopefully we get some rim protection with Mitchell Robinson. You know, we're exposed right now. We're giving up way too many threes. I think once we get back to, you know, our usual basic defense, that's when everything gets unlocked. I think that's when you're going to see the best version of Josh Hart. Then you're going to see what why we got the 2 elite wings we have. I think that's all unlocked once we get back to playing Knicks basketball.
Yeah, I mean that works. I mean, I like it. Nice, short, simple. It works. What do you think, Sha? What's your second half thoughts, my brother?
The Knicks come out and have a great pace to the game. Go 21-7 over the next 28 games. Reach 57 wins, and if they could do that, I'd do anything for a Klondike ball.
Wow, that was it. Short and sweet. Now that's even shorter and sweeter.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. And listen, my second half thoughts are pretty much the same that I've gave you in my first half. It's just I just want to see that this Knicks team can win when they don't have one of their best options available, or if one of their best options is not having a great game. Can the Knicks win without Jalen Brunson? Can the Knicks win without Karl-Anthony Towns? You know what I mean? That's important. I do think the Knicks can win, some games without OG Anunoby. It depends on who the matchup is. But it's more difficult when it comes to Cat not being available or Brunson not being available. And I think that's the true testament to this Knicks, grit, their resolve. Because we saw them do some miraculous things last year, like with all these different people going in and out of the game. And the wins that they got was incredible. And some guys had to step up for that to be the case. Deuce had to step up. And listen, it is what it is, but we know Dante was huge during that time. So we need sometimes it's not necessarily always about what you're adding. We do know adding Mitch, a healthy Mitch to this team is going to make a difference. We do know if we add TJ Warren or whoever it is to the team, if they get actual playing time, it could be a difference. But sometimes it's about a guy that's already on the team stepping up. We've already talked about it. Guys have already felt like it was an odd man out. His name is Landry Shamet. But what if Landry Shamet goes on a tear? We could use it. But we just don't know if a guy is going to hit that next gear and take himself into a point where now they're a big piece of the team, or at least a piece that really works. And I know the too much time has kind of passed already to compare it, but I always like to bring it up because Dante DiVincenzo did not have a great first half of his season with the Knicks last year. It took him a while to get going, but once he got going, he was cooking. And that second half, he was cooking. So you just never know. I'm not saying Shamet's the answer. I'm just saying you want something to happen from somebody that you're not getting a lot from. It could be Deuce. Maybe Deuce goes on a tear and kicks into another gear scoring wise.
Needs to be healthy.
Yeah, he's healthy. Yeah, and that's another thing. Deuce has been battling a lot, and I want to take what I said about Deuce with a grain of salt. I know he hasn't been playing the greatest this year, but he's been dealing with a lot of injuries this year, more than I've seen in the past for Deuce. So hopefully he can get his body right and get right. And congratulations to him. I know he's expecting his first child with his girlfriend. So shout out to them. Deuce Hive, let's go. But I just want to say to everybody, and thank you once again, Objective. I know you were out doing your thing and you came, at the end, but I hope I got enough information from you that you feel like you would contribute. It was part of the show. Like I said, I just want people to be able to come in and come out, no matter what your scheduling is, just to be a part of something special. In my opinion, I think this show has been fantastic. I love that everybody could come on and add their 2 cents to what we call this Knicks fandom. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you guys for being so active. I know it's a little different. I can't get to everything you're saying, and I can't acknowledge you the way we normally do because we got so much going on with the show, and we couldn't even take phone calls today. But I hope you understand it's for the greater good. I mean, a show like this ain't easy to pull off, and when it happens, you got to run with it. So I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart once again who showed up. Shout out to NBK, Sim, the Podfather, my brother Jay Ellis, Nick of Time Show, the NBA Economy Show / Nick of Time Show, Mr. Fritz Alender. Appreciate to Knicks Real Talk, Sha in the building. The Vine was here. Appreciate to my guy Die Hard, Eru, Mr. I'm here whenever you need me.
My bad. I pushed the wrong thing.
Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to my guy, the objective Knicks fan in the building. Appreciate you, bro. He said mega. Allah. Mega said bigger. I'm like, what we doing over here?
I got a bunch of buttons over here. I pushed the wrong one.
Shout out to Charlotte from Let's Talk Knicks on Twitter. Appreciate you. Shout out to our guy Troy from Knicks Recap who came and joined the show. Shout out to Gavin Shaw from Locked On Knicks who joined us. Now, let me see. I hope I'm not
organic. You said organic.
I almost forgot the Organic Fanatics podcast. My guy Raul, appreciate him. Am I missing anybody, guys? If I'm missing somebody let me know. I think I got everybody though. But I want to thank everybody who popped in, and also want to thank those who wanted to pop in. Once again, shout out to my guy Phil. Shout out to Lee Escobedo. Shout out to Ebony. Now, Ebony, I don't know if I didn't get Ebony at all. So usually I get her, but I couldn't get her this time around. And shout out to the Queen, Dope Soul Sports Talk. She, I think, has just gotten back. So I don't know if she was even available. She was in where was she? In Africa. So yeah, I mean, I'm like, so I appreciate her. So shout out to her, man. And then, shout out to Carmelo. I thought he might show up, but I guess with the NBC deal, he didn't have time. But it's cool. Whatever. Oh yeah, man. But anyway, once again, thank you guys. Thank you for everything. Please support all of these great content creators and these great podcasts. Oh, shout out to my guy Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie, yes, the closer. Appreciate you. Shout out to Jay Boogie as always. Kenya. That's where she is. Yes, Kenya. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, man. So, man, appreciate everybody. Thanks again. Please support all of these great content creators. Continue to support Still Knick fans and everything we got going on. As I always tell you, hey, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 for Know the Ledge, on Mondays at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, my brother Jose, holding us down on the ones and twos. And yeah, man, continue to support these Knicks because, as I always say, no matter what happens, the good, the bad, the ugly, we still Knick fans. We here. Appreciate you guys. Go support everybody. Show them love. It's been another great show. Let's go Knicks, and hopefully this All-Star game ain't trash. I'm interested to see the new format. I'm hoping for the best. And let's get up out of here. We out, baby.
Salute.